Some of these injury updates are not too good here, ladies and gentlemen, including what we have with Jaden Daniels. Now, obviously, rib injury. We are kind of hoping that he had a shot to play this week. But report that came out saying that Jaden Daniels is considered week to week here. So pretty much every single time we have seen this so far this season, where a player is labeled week to week, they're missing at least 1 week. More times than not, you're going to be without them for a couple weeks here. And obviously, I don't want to sit here and like overreact and plummet Jaden Daniels down my rest of season ranks. Now, I will say we are so far into the year at this point that, I mean, we are only looking at weeks 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You only have 7 weeks left until the fantasy football playoffs. Jaden Daniels is yet to go through his bye. So then you only have 6 weeks of eligibility for Daniels to really play until the playoffs. Fantasy football, that is. And then if Daniel's going to miss 2 or 3 of those, we're getting 3-ish weeks, 4-ish weeks from Jaden Daniels until the playoffs are here. So this definitely negatively impacts him, specifically if you are going to be looking at what you have with, say, expectations on a team that needs to make it to the fantasy football playoffs. Obviously, these are some of the questions that we're going to get to on the site, but I actually want to go ahead and I want to update our rankings here with Jaden Daniels. Like I said, I'm not going to be plummeting him down, but at this point, I think I would prefer Josh Allen over Daniels relatively easily. Just a minor update there. And looking at what we have with the other players in Washington, I won't be super excited about Terry McLaurin in any game that Marcus Mariota is starting. Daniels has been a phenomenal real-life quarterback. Obviously, he's been one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the league so far this season. But Daniels isn't at the very top of the NFL in passing yards. He isn't at the very top of the NFL in passing touchdowns. It's not like McLaurin's been great because Jaden Daniels has given you so much passing volume. I mean, if we were looking at McLaurin in our rest of season ranks, I think we'd probably prefer Zay Flowers over him. At this point, looking at McLaurin, Olave, Waddle, Pickens, kind of all in the same range here, but not a super dramatic update. Going over to what we have with running back, Brian Robinson in our rest of season ranks was up here at RB16. Maybe if we were going to be dealing with a couple games without Daniels, you prefer Aaron Jones, especially knowing that Jones has already gone through the bye week as well. But again, pretty much every single time we have seen a player get labeled week to week, the expectation is that they will be missing some time here. Now, going over to what we have with David Montgomery, the knee injury not considered a long-term issue. Yeah, that was expectation. Honestly, I want to be super surprised that Montgomery plays this week. I'm not going to be updating David Montgomery in our rankings. We had him as that sell-high guy coming into the week, just preferring Gibbs over him. But honestly, I still have Gibbs RB7. I still have Montgomery as RB12 until we see otherwise with a potential additional injury update. Jonathan Taylor expected to practice week. Should be great news if Taylor is back. Obviously, you are going through your starting Jonathan Taylor. Spencer Rattler will remain the Saints starting quarterback in week 8 if Derek Carr remains unavailable. Expectation right now, based off what I've read, is most likely Derek Carr is going to be missing this week and will be back good to go in week 9. So Chris Olave, yet another week where you probably can't start him. I would expect that Olave is viable in week 9 yet again. Mike McDaniel's plan for Tua is to start practicing him on Wednesday, and the clearing doesn't come until after some of the activity. We're obviously doing so in hope of everything going well so he can play on Sunday. Expectation right now is Tua's back this week. That's what I've been talking about over the past few weeks. If you can buy low on Waddle, if you can buy low on Tyreek, buy low on Achane, I 100% do so. You can see Achane still a top 12 running back in my rest of season ranks. With the expectation, we are getting Tua back. Never really steered clear of that. Juju not going to be playing in week 8. Xavier Worthy did have 8 targets this past week. Obviously didn't do much in a tough matchup. Now, Stefanski, Dorian Thompson, Robinson's finger injury, not considered serious. Could miss week 8, however. I don't think this matters. Like, are you going to tell me that Jameis is not the starting QB? Hopefully we don't have to see DTR in here at any point. Hopefully we just get to see Jameis Winston for the rest of the season in Cleveland. Obviously, if you have David Njoku, that's kind of the hope. And then in terms of injury updates, I don't think we have too many other ones. Daniel Jones going to remain the Giants starting quarterback. I want to reiterate, Malik Neighbors is not up there with Justin Jefferson. He's not up there with Chase. He's not up there with Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, like we said a couple weeks back, if you could sell him for one of those wide receivers, I would. Primarily because, and I'm actually going to be moving Tyreek ahead of Neighbors with Tua coming back in. I'm not going to put Tyreek back at wide receiver 1 just yet because it's not an absolute guarantee that Tua is back. But nonetheless, if you could pivot off Neighbors to one of the receivers that are in solid offenses, like we said a few weeks back, I think that is a good idea just because this Giants offense shouldn't be super strong. And I think that's about it in terms of the injury updates as well as the coaching reports that we have coming out as of late. Obviously, if we have anything else additional in this live stream, I will go through and I will keep you updated. But let's update these rankings on the site. Let's go over and get to some of the questions that we have as well. I do want to reiterate that obviously we are answering all these questions through flockfantasy.com. There are a bunch of free tools over there on the site if y'all ever wanted to play around with them. You can go over and if you play on Sleeper, Yahoo, or ESPN, you can actually link your fantasy football team to the website. And at that point, you can go through and you can look at updated power rankings in your league. We actually you can sort these by the best running back room in the league, the best wide receiver room in the league, whatever you are wanting to look at. You can come look at my trash team here and we can go through and we can actually use my values to look at this, which I update my rankings often. You'll see my values actually have me as the 6th team in the league. And yeah, it's a tough scene. I will probably be looking to pick up either probably Kirk Cousins for AR or Brock Purdy this week, sadly. But nonetheless, this is completely free in your league. Also, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to play around with the trade finder, this is also completely free where you can go and search real fantasy football leagues and say, you go, oh, Mason, I'm 2-5. I need to sell Jaden Daniels for what I can get. You can go through and you can look up exactly what Jaden Daniels is getting traded for in real fantasy football leagues right now and give you an idea of what you potentially could sell him for yourself. This is completely free for you on the site. We have a trade finder that's completely free as well, where if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to see, oh, maybe I want to sell Jaden Daniels and Jaden Reed versus, I don't know, let's not include Reed. I'm lower on Reed than most people. Let's go Jaden Daniels and Zay Flowers versus Lamar. Am I getting enough value here? You can see that you would be losing this trade, but nonetheless, you can put all this stuff into the trade calculator, play around with it for free, and actually put in your exact league settings that you play in as well to impact the exact details of this. But nonetheless, we have a ton of stuff over there on flockfantasy.com for you for free. That's where we answer all the questions in these live streams as well. If you wanted to get a paid question answered, you could always go with the expert advice in the top right corner. Then at that point, you can send a super message, start sit question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review. You don't even have to be in the live stream to get one of these because as soon as it's answered in a live stream for you, you're actually going to get a custom link sent directly through the site automatically that points you to the exact time with the YouTube live stream where your question was answered, where you just have to press that link and it will take you to the exact timestamp of your question getting answered. So you can ask a question on flockfantasy.com at any time. But if you wanted a team review, which is probably what I'd recommend, I would recommend going and taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free pick. Tonight's free pick is actually going to be the Kyler Murray more than less than half a total yard, where you can see that right there at the very top. And if you sign up after tonight's game, it will actually be a different one for the Thursday night contest. We actually have an additional exclusive Flock pick coming for you soon. But code FLOCK will give you a 50% deposit bonus as well. And at the same time, with code FLOCK, you're actually going to be getting hooked up with a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day, which you can find that link in the description and comment section. But let's move this over and let's start getting to these questions. Our first question is going to be coming out from Black Melted Fire. This is a trade question where we are sending Kyron Williams, Brock Bowers to receive Justin Jefferson and Jalen Waddle. Kyron Williams, top 3 running back, Jefferson top 5 wide receiver, both elite assets at their respective positions, both already through their bye week as well. Looking at Jalen Waddle, I would be very excited to buy low on Waddle with the assumption that Tua is coming back in. But with that being said as well, if you are going through, if you are trading away Brock Bowers for Waddle, I just think you're clearly losing this. And I don't see a big gap between Kyron and Jefferson. Like, we can go through and we can put this actually into the trade calculator on the site here itself. And we can get a sense. We'll use my rankings where we are sending away Bowers and Kyron. And we are getting back in Jefferson and Waddle. And the trade calculator does say that we are losing this deal as well. So, I don't know. For me personally, I would just rather keep the Kyron side. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one coming up from Mother Flocka. It's 2-4 and a close game tonight. Win or lose, would you do this trade? Thanks for all your hard time and help. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I'm going to be excited to check this out. So going from DeAndre Swift to Rico Dowdle is a clear downgrade. Looking at Kyle Pitts, Pitts I do view as a top 10 tight end rest of season, but he's not up in the tier of McBride. He's not up in the tier of Kittle. I think I would prefer DeAndre Swift here, to be honest with you. Looking at who we have at tight end currently, we have Sam Laporta. I would rather have Kyle Pitts over Laporta rest of season, but the points per game gap at running back, I think maybe a larger gap than what you're going to have at tight end. You're also going to have to drop a player if we add in Kyle Pitts here. So I think you're giving up the best player with Swift. I don't mind trading Swift with how bad the schedule is going to look later in the season. I just think that you're going to need a little bit more. Now, moving over to our next question here. This is going to be coming out from That Morris Kid says, thoughts on this trade offer? My running back room would be diabolical if I accept. As always, love the content. Thank you so much, my friend. I know you're out here all the freaking time. And let me actually hook you up with a free start sit question. I know that you are out here with this live stream with us pretty much every single day. I really do appreciate you. Okay, I just sent that over. So next time you go to ask a start set question on the site, if you ask it to me, you should have that free voucher for it. But anyway, looking at this, going from Neighbors to Cooper Kupp. Kupp should be back this week. With that being said, obviously there is a tiny bit of uncertainty here because we don't have him back officially yet. So I do think that I would probably still prefer Neighbors over Kupp, but it is relatively close. And then going over and looking at what we have with the running back move, we are going from Joe Mixon to Justin Jefferson. In my mind, pretty big upgrade. I do think we need to update our ranking here with Joe Mixon. However, I actually was watching the Fantasy Stock Exchange guys earlier, and Danny was making the argument to have Joe Mixon as a top 3 running back. And he actually showed me on the live stream his updated ranking for them. And you can see he actually has Brees as the number 1. Actually, no, that's Corey. I apologize. Let's go over to Danny. Danny also has Brees as his RB1, but he actually moved Joe Mixon up to his RB3 rest of season. I mean, I can't really blame it with how much work Mixon is getting in what should be a very good offense, while at the same time, he has usage as a receiver here as well. So for me, I probably need to move Mixon up. I think I prefer him over Taylor at this point, especially with Taylor being banged up. Looking at the receiving usage that you get from Walker, Gibbs, Bijan, though, maybe tough for me to move him up over them. So I think I'll have Mixon at RB9, but still, nonetheless, obviously, really do like Joe Mixon here rest of season. And dear God, is this true? Somebody says, Aiyuk torn ACL, Mason. Is this confirmed? I have not seen any confirmation. Let me just, yes, dear God. Brandon Aiyuk torn ACL. That Morris kid will get right back to this, but we need to pivot over and we need to be looking, we need to be updating injuries here. Oh my gosh. This is freaking massive. Okay. Dear God, dear God, dear God. RIP Brandon Aiyuk. At least you have $120 million. Let's go through and let's update these ranks. One, yeah, obviously Deebo's moving up. Somebody says Deebo top 12. Deebo is already top 12 for us. Deebo's already wide receiver 11. It's freaking crazy. Let me see if I can find this. But yeah, let's show this off real quick. Brandon Aiyuk diagnosed with the torn ACL. Let me pull up what we have with a tweet that I saw earlier. I should have bookmarked this or something. But it was a photo of Deebo Samuel just looking thick. Let me see if I can find that picture. Yeah, or this video. Deebo Samuel's not looking in photo. Like, Deebo Samuel looks like he is on his James Harden lifestyle. Like, Deebo Samuel obviously has not looked like the same player this season as he has in the past. But it may not matter here. You have no McCaffrey. You have no Aiyuk. I mean, Deebo is just going to be a freaking monster here with the usage that he has. So I think Deebo, obviously still, he was somebody that you started every single week before this. I mean, I'm sorry if I told you to start him last week. I didn't know he was going to lead the game with an illness. But I don't know if I can move Deebo up ahead of Godwin. I don't know if I can move him up ahead of Kupp, ahead of London. The guy that I actually picked up in the Flock League, which I was debating between picking up Ricky Pearsall and I don't remember who the other player was, but ended up picking up Ricky Pearsall regardless. Let me pull this up. Yeah, I know. Here's what we need to win this game against Sal. Congrats to Sal. He's maybe moving to 3-4, and sadly, we're moving down to 4-3. Here's what I need to win this week. We need Connor, Ladd, Dicker, and the Baltimore DST to combine for like 73 points. It ain't happening. But I did end up picking up Ricky Pearsall before the game. I actually have a ridiculous amount of Ricky Pearsall in underdog drafts. I don't know if he's going to be able to make a difference from a regular redraft perspective if you play in a league with like 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. But I mean, at this point, in a good offense, round 1 NFL draft capital, I mean, looks to be pretty much an every down player at this point. With the Juju injury, with Keon having Amari in his offense, with DeAndre Hopkins looking like a bum, Christian Watson being up and down, snap rate going down, Jerry Jeudy in a horrible offense, Josh Downs, no passing volume. I probably move Ricky Pearsall up to being about wide receiver 42. So I think that Sticky Ricky is somebody that we're probably, he's a must roster guy at this point. Definitely don't trust him because Juwan Jennings is somebody else that is going to be 100% viable here. Now, like I said, I drafted a ton of Ricky Pearsall at like cost of wide receiver 66 or whatever in underdog drafts before the man got shot, before Aiyuk signed his extension. Thinking that, oh, okay, maybe he can give you some random spike weeks later in the season. Obviously, underdog, deep wide receivers actually really matter. If you play in like a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, do I think that you're starting this guy anytime soon? No. I definitely think that you should roster him, and when we see the usage, then maybe at that point you can go pick him up. But if Juwan Jennings is going to be back this week, for me, in my simpleton mind, obviously y'all know I'm an idiot. I have the brain of a... my brain is like a monkey and a lizard had a baby, and then that's what I'm working with. I have 2 brain cells at the very most. From my understanding of what the wide receiver personnel looks like here possibly, I think that maybe Ricky Pearsall profiles a little bit more to be like Deebo Samuel, operating close to the line of scrimmage, seeing targets, and then picking up yards after the catch. Or maybe Juwan Jennings is more so the profile of Brandon Aiyuk. Obviously, we've already seen the top end production from Jennings. To my knowledge, I don't think the Jennings injury is going to be leaving him out a ton. Obviously, if Jauan Jennings is going to miss next week, week after, blah, 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 then at that point, when we get that information, I will move Jennings down and I'll move Ricky Pearsall up even further. But before we get that confirmation, I think we just put Jennings, wide receiver 48 here. I think we put Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver 49. Both guys will be players that you need to roster. However, I don't necessarily think either option will be guys that you need to start until we actually see what this offense looks like with no Brandon Aiyuk. Now, going over to what we have at tight ends. Tight end, I don't think we have to update anything. We had George Kittle, tight end 1, as soon as we had the disappointing game from Kelsey. So at this point, I think Kittle stays there, tight end 1. Going over to quarterback, we had Brock Purdy down here at about QB 17. I have Brock Purdy in the Flock League. Just got done showing that. I'm probably not excited to start Purdy anytime soon. You have no Aiyuk. You have no McCaffrey. This offense just looks significantly worse. So I don't know if we can say that Purdy is somebody that is like much more than just a streaming option based off a good matchup. Like, I very easily may end up benching Brock Purdy or even cutting Brock Purdy and going through and picking up Kirk Cousins in the Flock League this week. That is something that I'm thinking about. And I'm honestly going to spend. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Kirk Cousins or would you rather have Brock Purdy at this point? Please spam the chat. Would you rather have Cousins or Purdy? Cousins, 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 Cousins. Cousins, Purdy, Cousins, Cousins, Cousins. Cousins, Cousins, Cousins. So it looks like everybody is on the Cousins side. And yeah, like I said, I have Cousins ahead of Purdy in my rest of season ranks. While at the same time, I don't know. It's just tough for me to move on from Purdy. I was really excited about this offense coming into the year. Just looks a little bit less exciting at this point. And then with Aiyuk, if you have him, you cut him. There's no real reason to even move him to the IR slot. So, sucks. Obviously, football's better when the great teams have their best players. Having no Brandon Aiyuk here, even if Aiyuk had been disappointing so far this season, is a massive drag on this Niners offense. And then, yeah, we do need to obviously move Aiyuk down dramatically here in the rest of season ranks. We had Aiyuk, I believe, wide receiver 36. Let's go ahead and let's just drop him to the very, very bottom here. Let's submit these, and I actually want to see the updated standings in the Flock League now with the power rankings. And if you wanted to see the updated standings in your league, not everybody here. So if you just go to the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com initially, the values that are going to be pulled will be the expert values, which is the average of all the creators. I would highly recommend looking at mine because I'm updating mine literally every single second of the day as soon as we get news like this. So here, if we update these ranks, you will see the team with Aiyuk, which was Corey, all the way down here, barely better than the worst team in the league, the developer Joe. So pour one out for Corey, pour one out for the team with Brandon Aiyuk. And yeah, it's a tough scene to be. But let's move this over and let's get to our next question. And I do want to reiterate, this is free if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to link your team over on flockfantasy.com. If you play on Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo, completely free. Link it, see your power rankings. We worked a lot on this. And also you can actually see the best waiver wire options in your league as well. So you can see like, oh, in the Flock League, according to my rankings, the best waiver wire running backs are like Ford, Emmanuel Wilson, Gibson. Wide receiver, Wicks, Lazard, Pierce, Polk. Tight end, Kate Otten, Dalton Schultz, Isaiah Likely. And then the best quarterbacks for pickup are Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers. The waiver wire is going to be absolutely garbage this week. Thank God I already picked up Ricky Pearsall as a free agent last week. But you can find all that for completely free. And if you wanted to ask a question in the live stream, whether that's today, tomorrow, the next day, whenever you're wanting, you can ask anytime, hit the expert advice. There you can send a super message, starts a question, trade question, or get a team review in this live stream, or you can just hit the link that says ask a question here. And you can ask a question at any time, even if you're not in the stream, because we're going to be sending you the personalized team review breakdown through the site as well. So you're going to be getting a custom link where you click that link and it takes you to the exact time in the live stream where I actually answered your question. And if you wanted that team review, I would just go and take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free pick for tonight's game. Kyler Murray, more than less than half a total yard, a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, and you'll be getting an additional free team review in the live stream. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on the site. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our question from that Morris kid. We already discussed going from Neighbors to Cooper Kupp. Slight downgrade / lateral move. Mixon to Jefferson. Mixon looks like a crusher. We just moved him up to RB9 in our rest of season ranks from RB10. Top 10 running back rest of season relatively easily, but I'd still rather have Justin Jefferson, especially Jefferson already through his bye. And then Jaden Reed to Rico Dowdle, clear downgrade. But I think the best player in this deal is Justin Jefferson. Reports are saying that Kupp will be back this week. So I actually think I would probably prefer the Jefferson side. I don't know what you mean, though, by you saying our running back room would be diabolical if we accept. I don't know. Maybe you're saying that we would get the Mixon one, but I would rather have the Jefferson, Kupp, and Dowdle for me personally. Very, very close deal, though. If you say in the other instance took out Jaden Reed and took out Rico Dowdle, then I would rather have the actually, I'm sorry. Then it would be very easily the Jefferson Kupp deal, where this one is much, much closer. Okay. Now, Feta Cheese coming out with a trade question. Here, this is James Cook, DK Metcalf for Kyron Williams. This is a linked team, so we can see it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Brian Thomas. So we have all the wide receiver depth we'd ever need. In a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, I would go ahead and I would take Kyron Williams, the running back with the 3-down workload in a very good offense with the receiving usage and literally every single snap. Now, Green Goblin's coming out. Says, they offer this to me. Should I counter Kraft for Laporta and keep Hawkinson myself for the upside? There's no reason to sell Hawkinson and Kraft for Sam Laporta right now. I would for sure hold on to Hawkinson and Kraft. You can make a strong argument for Kraft over Laporta straight up. You could make a strong argument for Hawkinson over Laporta straight up. So if I'm looking at this, knowing that you're getting 2 shots with the tight end position, I think it's kind of a no-brainer to go through and to take the 2 players where all 3 of them, in my mind, are in the same tier. Now, I need to do something over here. Let's move this over to our next question. This one is a team review coming out from the Swinger. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Let me hook you up with a free trade question and a free start sit question as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, of course. You should have both free vouchers there. So if you wanted to ever come out and ask a question, you're more than able to. Says, I know I need to upgrade at quarterback. I have a healthy amount of tight ends and my running backs are the strength of the team. Would love your opinion on the team and potential trade options to make the team better if possible. I don't really have a lot of depth and the waiver wire is pretty thin. Now, let's go through and let's look at the league settings. This is a 12-team league where you only start, I want to say, 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in this format, really, you are highly incentivized to go ahead and to make 2-for-1 deals where you sell wide receiver depth and you actually build around running back. I would love to have an elite tight end here as well. Team name is the Swinger. If we're looking at us in the league analyzer, we are down here at 9, but good news is pretty much all teams 4 through about 9 are about the same. Now, if you're looking at the record, we are currently 2-4. Don't know if we ended up winning this week. Don't know if we ended up losing, but regardless, obviously not a great spot to be in. Quarterback, we are effectively just going week to week, playing the matchups here. I hope you played Darnold over Goff. I'm sorry. I hope you played Darnold over Cousins. I know I personally had Cousins ranked higher this week, and clearly that was a pretty big mistake with the way that Cousins did play. But anyway, going over to running back, we're rolling with a top 5 running back in Breece Hall. We have Josh Jacobs, Chuba Hubbard. So we have the short-term production with Hubbard. We have the locked and loaded guys at the very top. And then we have the potential long-term upside with Isaiah Pacheco. Now, obviously, at this point, it's by no means a guarantee that Pacheco is going to be in. I would really hope that Pacheco manages to come back, but there's just no guarantee at this point. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so the wide receiver depth, not going to be a super big deal. Now, with that being said, we don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. We have Kupp, Terry McLaurin as must-start guys every single week, but you actually do have the injury now to Jaden Daniels, possibly making it where Terry McLaurin is not super exciting over the next few. And with this team having a losing record, we for sure need to make sure that we are in a position in which, I mean, we are going through and we are trying to win right this second and not looking at long-term upside. So this is a very difficult position to find yourself in. I think that really the easy answer to this team, I mean, it's not the most complicated thing in the world, but I think it makes a ton of sense to see if we can move off some of these tight ends. Am I going to sit here and act like Kyle Pitts is George Kittle? Am I going to sit here and act like Jake Ferguson is Trey McBride? No, it's not like these are the elite options that we can get a ton of value for. I understand that. But still, at the same time, if we are looking at what we have here, you have 3 viable tight ends that could be started. Going through and looking at some of the other teams in your league, this team has Schultz and Noah Fant. Is there a world in which we can sell them Kyle Pitts and Josh Downs and go get Jaden Reed? Sell them Jerry Jeudy and Dalton Kincaid and go get Zay Flowers. If we can make that move, that makes a ton of sense. Going through and looking at another team that needs a tight end, this team's rolling out Cade Otton and Mark Andrews. Is there a world in which we can go through and we can sell them Jake Ferguson and Josh Downs and get to Devontae Adams? Is there a world in which we can sell them, say, Chuba Hubbard and Kyle Pitts and go get to Joe Mixon? Obviously, much easier said than done. Probably not. That's why we're offering all these teams tight ends. This team's rolling out Pat Frymuth and Colby Parkinson. Is there a world in which we can go ahead and we can send them Kyle Pitts as well as Terry McLaurin and pivot over to Bryant Thomas? Is there a world in which we can send them Jake Ferguson straight up for DJ Moore? That's the move that's very easy to make. That's the move that we have to make. And then at that point, if we are able to open up the roster space, it is a very clear situation in which you can just go to the waiver wire and we can look at some of these pseudo interesting options where we can go ahead and we can pick up Wan'Dale Robinson for free. We can pick up Braylon Allen for free. We can pick up Ricky Pearsall for free post Aiyuk news. I think that is interesting. But I think it all starts with us selling the tight ends. And really, that's all we can do. I do want to reiterate that I do think that for a lot of teams, Chuba Hubbard is an interesting sell high candidate. Knowing the long term here, he is possibly in a committee in one of the worst offenses in the league once Jonathan Brooks is in. And I don't think Chuba Hubbard in the long term is somebody that you can reasonably start. The issue is, in the short term, Chuba Hubbard is viable. And we actually need to focus in on short-term production here simply because we are 2-4, either 3-4 or 2-5 after this week. So I don't know. I think that you're in a spot in which we probably need to focus in on short-term production. If we can sell Pacheco and go get any upgrade in the starting lineup right now from somebody who thinks that Pacheco's going to be back and somebody that thinks Pacheco can help them in the playoffs on a losing team, that's also something we have to look at. Obviously, it's nice that we are getting Cooper Kupp back in. But even with Kupp coming back in, you do now have the Daniels injury impacting Terry. So it's like you win some, you lose some. Definitely a net positive, but still. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Like I said, I sent over a free trade question as well as a free start sit question over there on the site for you. So if you have any of additional questions that you want answered about this team, you're more than welcome to send them over my way. But thank you. Really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. But let's move this over to Cart. It says, need 12.5 to win. I'm starting Marv, but can be persuaded to start Bucky. Do I have a chance to win? So last I saw, Rachaad White is playing. So for me, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to start Marvin Harrison Jr. I actually think you do have a shot to win here. I mean, you can go through and you can look at the projections that you have in this game over there on Underdog. Right now, they have Marvin Harrison at higher, lower, 54.5 total yards. Whereas if you're going to look at what you're at with a Bucky Irving right now is, they don't even have a yardage mark out for him, I'd imagine, because we don't really know what to expect with Rachaad White. I think it's going to be a 3-man running back by committee here in Tampa, where I want to roster all of Bucky Irving, Sean Tucker, and Rachaad White. Hopefully get some additional information about them going into this next week. But I think right now when everything's so up in the air, it's very difficult to go through and start any Tampa Bay Buccaneer running back with confidence. Now, real quick, we just hit 300 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. And if you have not done so already, please make sure you drop a like on the stream. I mean, I have live streamed every single day in the 2020 season, 2021 season, 2022 season, 2023 season, 2024 season now. So 5 seasons straight without missing a day. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would ask that you please do it now. But let's go ahead and let's move over to our next question. This one coming out from Jordan. Thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. My guy says, who should I trade for? Because I feel like I don't need this much depth in my receiving core. So going through and looking at what we have here. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So I agree with you. Probably don't need a ton of depth at wide receiver. And at the same time, you are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. So with this being the number 1 squad with the league analyzer, you are in a phenomenal spot a rest of season. We were 2-3 coming into this game. I have no idea how that's even possible. Did we tie a game? Quarterback's going to be awkward in the short term, of course. Short term, no Jaden Daniels. We do have Dak Prescott that we can go ahead and play, but the issue is if you're looking at Dak, this is a quarterback that this next week is going to be going up against the Niners. Are you super excited to go through and start Dak Prescott in that matchup? I'm probably not. We just saw what happened with Mahomes. So quarterback going to be an issue here. I don't think we're obviously making any trades to go through and solve a short-term issue with an injury for Daniels. Going over to what we have at running back, you're currently sitting with Alvin Kamara, DeAndre Swift. So we have an RB1 and RB2 comfortably. We have Chase Brown and Bucky Irving as quality depth pieces. I will say after this next week, I'm probably going to be in a spot where I'm looking to sell DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift should be in a good matchup against the Commanders here, especially if you're in a spot that, let me go ahead and see if there's a spread on this game now, that Daniels misses because the Bears can presumably get to a lead and run the ball in the second half. So pulling up the updated odds that you have for the game. Last I can see, the updated line for the Commanders game where the Commanders were favored by 1.5 points. Do we have an updated mark here? So I think that was the opening line. I don't think sportsbooks, unless I'm missing it. No, actually, yeah, now the Bears are favored by 2.5, 3 points in this game. You have a high over-under as well. So it looks to be a decent spot for DeAndre Swift this week. Long term, I think I'd be maybe a little bit more concerned. So I think after this next week, I would be looking to sell DeAndre Swift myself. Because if you look at the Bears' schedule going into the future, I mean, here, it should be a really tough situation. Where after the Commanders game, yeah, we have a good matchup against the Cardinals. Maybe we hold on to Swift over the next 2 weeks. But you're about to approach a second half of the season that includes going up against the Packers, then the Vikings, then the Lions rush defense, then the Niners, then the Vikings, then the Lions. This is probably the toughest 5 or 6 game stretch you're going to have for any running back in fantasy football. So Swift, I think, is probably a sell in the long term. Obviously, Swift can still be viable over the next few weeks here. Going over to receiver, we have Lamb, who should be a top 3 option rest of season. We have Marvin Harrison Jr. here as well, where obviously Harrison is extremely exciting. Going over to what we have with Jaden Reed, I think Jaden Reed is a viable flex. Going over to what you have with DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson, great depth pieces. We've had both wide receivers as respective sell high candidates at different points. I think it may be tough now, given the fact that obviously Deontay face plants, DJ Moore disappointing in the London game. So what I personally would be looking to do is I probably would go ahead and I think we would pivot off of a tight end. Now, you're getting Hawkinson back in. Tucker Kraft does look viable. So obviously when Evan Ingram here is producing, maybe it'd be an exciting spot where you could say, oh, okay, let's go through and let's sell TJ Hawkinson. Let's go through and let's sell, say, Tucker Kraft, which, I mean, if you can, good luck in doing so. But for what I would be looking to do, I think instead of rostering 3 tight ends here, what will probably be easier for you is actually to go ahead and sell Evan Ingram. Obviously, Evan Ingram, the most exciting option out of these. But at the same time, I think you're going to get significantly more interest from Evan Ingram than any other option. So if you could sell like Evan Ingram and Bucky Irving, or Evan Ingram and Chase Brown, or maybe even Evan Ingram and DeAndre Swift, with what we have in mind regarding the long-term matchup, that you have regarding this DeAndre Swift schedule, I think that would make sense. And then we rely on Kraft Hawkinson going into the future. I think in terms of selling the wide receiver depth with Jaden Reed, DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson, I would like to do so. It's just going to be very difficult to sell them when they are coming off of disappointing weeks. I think you're actually going to have to wait a little bit longer in the future if you were wanting to get off of them. So I think we sell Evan Ingram for the running back upgrade right now. If we can open up that roster spot, then at that point we can actually pick up Jonathan Brooks for free off the waiver wire. And then going into the future, I think you could also look to consolidate wide receivers where we can possibly sell DJ Moore and Jaden Reed in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade inside that starting lineup. The issue is just going ahead and making that trade right this second. You are looking at wide receivers with depressed prices that I think you're probably better off just holding on for a little bit. So I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. I know the initial thought process is, sell a depth wide receiver and let's go get a running back upgrade. I think I'd actually focus on selling Evan Ingram and a depth running back to go get that RB upgrade until our depth wide receivers produce a little bit more. That way we can get some interest around them and not have to sell super low. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo as well. But moving this over to Lee Brandon. This is going to be Jacobs, Olave versus Rachaad White and London. So Jacobs to London, upgrade. Olave to White, downgrade. I'm viewing Rachaad White pretty much almost at a 0 at this point. I do think that London's the best player that you're getting in the deal. What do we have at running back? We're looking at Breece Hall, Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler, and that's it. It's a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So for me personally, I would hold on to the 3-down running back in Josh Jacobs. I just don't know if you're in a spot where you can be affording to go out and get the upgrade at wide receiver and have almost nothing left at running back in particular. Now let's move this over to Hogan. A long-time member of the flock. Appreciate you, my friend. And let me hook up you with a trade question as well as a free start sit question voucher as well. Thanks for sticking with us for so long, my guy. But 1-6, need something here. I did this review about 2 weeks ago. You said it will get better with time, but I think something has to change. Any moves I need to make, any players with bye weeks are already gone, trades, waiver wire. I need some help. Tennessee is the real UT, by the way. Go Vols. Thank you, Mason. Here's what I'm going to do for you. We're going to settle this once and for all. Okay. I'm going to go to Google right now. I'm going to search UT football. Let's see what pops up. Ooh, interesting. That's very, very interesting. But yeah, what does Google know, right? What does Google know? But anyway, appreciate you. Like I said, this is getting jiggy with it. Right now, we are number 3 with the league analyzer. Looking at the fact that we are 1-3, however, we are getting smoked. I'm sorry, we are 3rd in the league analyzer, but we're getting smoked. Extremely tough. This is a league in which you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, so wide receiver depth does matter. And if we have 1 win so far this season, obviously we need to change our mindset and we need to be, instead of thinking about short-term production, instead of thinking about long-term value, everything changes to how can we get short-term production, short-term production, short-term production. That is now all that matters here. Starting off at quarterback, Jalen Hurts, top 3 quarterback rest of season, already through his bye week. There's nothing that you could change. There's nothing that you would change. So, yeah, want to go ahead and want to rely on him going in the future. There's nothing that's different here. Now, going over to what we have at running back, the fact that we only have 1 win with Derrick Henry is absurd. Obviously, we have Nick Chubb ramping up. We have Jonathan Brooks back at practice as well. So looking at these running backs, and Hogan, if you have any additional questions, just let me know in the live chat right now. But looking at these RBs, it's sad, but if you have one win, we can't wait for the long-term upside anymore at this point, especially when we lose Brandon Aiyuk. What we need to be looking to do is we need to go ahead and we need to look to sell the rookie wide receivers that give you long-term upside. We need to be looking to package them with the running backs that give you the long-term production as they get healthier. And we need to find a way to get upgrade inside the starting lineup right this second. So, I mean, whether that's trading Rome and Nick Chubb to go get to a running back upgrade, even like Tony Pollard. Obviously, we're not expecting somebody phenomenal, but just somebody viable. Whether that's trading Ladd McConkey and Jonathan Brooks to go get to somebody like DeAndre Swift. Not expecting something phenomenal, just expecting something that's viable. That would be a move that we are looking to make. Another potential trade that we could look to make is if nobody's going to pay up for the rookie receivers, in terms of getting us a running back in return, we could potentially go look to upgrade at tight end, where right now we are just streaming the tight end position. I will say I'm probably not as interested about that, specifically because you are in a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So the depth just simply does not matter nearly as much. I'm sorry, the depth matters more, and the tight end position does not matter nearly as much because it's going to make up a lower percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. But Hogan says, I made a recent trade, Henry and Rome for Tyreek and Javonte. So if you think Tua comes back this week, Henry to Tyreek should be kind of a lateral move. I think trading Rome for Javonte makes sense here, just knowing that we need production right this second. So I don't mind making that trade. And yeah, I mean, in general, that's the type of deal that we are looking to make, right? We are looking to sell these rookie wide receivers that give the long-term upside, but not the short-term production. So I like the trade. I think the team's probably in a better spot because of it, but I would follow it up, especially if you have Tyreek pair up with Lamb now. If we can sell Ladd McConkey, especially if it's a super strong game tonight, and a 2-for-1 deal to go out there and get an upgrade from Jonathan Brooks to get some production in right now, I think that's what I would personally be looking at. And then in terms of waiver wire moves you can potentially make, I think dropping Braylon Allen, who's just a handcuff at this point, I would probably drop Allen and pick up Alexander Madison. Whereas with Alexander Madison, it looks like even in a game where Zamir White is healthy, Madison is just getting absolutely everything here. So I personally would prefer Madison over Zamir. And then wide receiver, obviously, we can drop Brandon Aiyuk and pick up Ricky Pearsall here as well. So I like the deal. I like that we are selling off the rookie wide receivers on a team that needs to win right now. I think you got very unlucky this season so far with these injuries. I mean, we're still near the top of the league analyzer, even with the Brandon Aiyuk injury. So I'd imagine we would be closer to that second team if Aiyuk was fully healthy. So it definitely sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. We just got to try to pivot over and get to production right now. And like I said, I also hooked you up with that free trade question and the free start set question voucher. So if you had anything additional, feel free to just send that over to me. Now, moving this over to Vandermeer. Here, this is a trade where we send Gibbs to Achane, downgrade. Nico to Lamb, upgrade. We're paying Reed to get it done. I can't tell what the record is with this team, but if this is a team in which you're, say, I don't know, 2-5, maybe even 3-4, and you're saying I need a win right now, and you're going to get an additional 3 games from CeeDee Lamb as you would to Nico Collins, because Nico's going to be on the IR at least for 2 more weeks. And then obviously Nico Collins still has the bye week in week 14. I think I understand it. Okay. Now moving over to our next question. Culp Crew coming out. Says, lost Aiyuk and have no depth. Cooper, Juju, only decent receivers. Dobbins only. Help me line up the squad. This is a brutal spot. So this is a team where, yeah, we have no ETN effectively now. The only running backs we have are Barkley and Dobbins. Wide receiver Downs isn't startable. Aiyuk just lost for the season. So we have Amari Cooper, and that's about it. Yeah, I like how you said Juju's your only decent receiver when you have Amari here. Amari's definitely better than Juju at this point, my guy. I like the idea. I'm really never looking to sell the absolute studs, the best assets in fantasy, such as Saquon Barkley, unless you just absolutely have to. It does appear that you're probably in a situation where, yep, you have to. But instead of giving Barkley up for this price, which it's close, I would try to get an additional little upgrade as well. Like if you can get Nick Chubb and give them Travis Etienne, just so we could potentially get one more viable option inside that starting lineup. For me, I would really like to make that move. I understand if you wanted to make the first one, though. I think the second deal does look a little bit better if you are desperate for depth and we need players in right this second. Because this is a league, I mean, it is a league as well where there should be decent options off the waiver wire with it being only a 10-team format. Now, DMAC coming out says, Aiyuk hurt, only have DK and Amon-Ra. They also offered Harrison or Reed to swap with either. Need one for the flex. So St. Brown to Cup, clear downgrade in my mind. Even with Cup coming back, I just think that you have more risk with Cup at this point, respectively. Going from Brooks to Amari, I think you are getting a bump. Amari may be an interesting buy low candidate. Obviously played an incredibly low percentage of snaps his first week in Buffalo. That shouldn't be the case going into the future. But for me, I think I would take the St. Brown side of this. If you could go through and if we could get them to give us Harrison instead of Amari, then at that point, I think I could talk myself into trading St. Brown and Brooks for Harrison and Cup. I would still rather have Harrison rest of season over Amari. But our MMS says, Happy BR, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, 1 flex. Currently 5-2. We have Bijan, Achane, Najee, Hunt, Diggs, London, Addison, and Worthy. Okay, so looking at this, Diggs to Tyreek, massive upgrade. We're paying Worthy, Hunt to get it done. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the depth's not going to be super important. Yeah, if we can give up the depth like this, there's a solid chance that Tyreek Hill just goes back being wide receiver 1 overall. So, I mean, if you buy into the fact that Tua is going to be at practice this week, and there's a chance that Tua is back in and playing, I think you go ahead. I think you get the Tyreek side. Now, Jordan coming out says, how do I get my team review if I signed up with code FLOCK a long time ago? Thanks, Mason. I really appreciate you and thank you so much. I'm sorry you had to pay $5 to ask me this. I'm going to hook you up with a free start set question. But so the Underdog promo that we have started September 5th. So I'm going to go over and say, go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, make a $10 deposit, and you'll get the free team review, the free Kyler Murray pick, et cetera, et cetera. That is for new users with new accounts starting on September 5th, 2024. If you signed up, say, to Underdog in the offseason, then at that point, you should have gotten the promo that was the free draft guide. So it is a different rolling promo at every point. So I'm sorry if you signed up a long time ago to Underdog. You would have gotten whatever promo there is at that time. I was emailing with Underdog, however, about hooking y'all up with another free Flock user promo regardless of whenever y'all signed up. And they already agreed. I think we're going to be able to get y'all a free Malik Neighbors pick for Monday night this week, regardless if you signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK last year, the year before, the year before, the year before that. As long as you use code FLOCK, you should get that then. But yeah, I'm sorry. In terms of the free team review promo, that's only for people who signed up September 5th and after. I'm sorry for the confusion though, but and I did accredit you with that free start set question. I'm sorry you had to pay to ask that as well. And of course, if y'all wanted that free team review, and you're not already on Underdog Fantasy, you can go over and use promo code FLOCK. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Just make sure you go through that link in the live chats, as well as make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I'm able to accredit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next team review from Dink. Dink used that free Underdog promo, says, "Hey Mason, thanks for doing this. Would be great to hear your insight. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, my friend." This is Diddle My Dowdle. This is the number one team in this league. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. We are 4-2 coming into this week. We are pretty much just streaming quarterbacks here. I mean, we are sitting with the combo of Darnold as well as Caleb. Obviously, starting Darnold, pretty good week this week. I mean, a good shot that this team, especially with the Barkley game, is currently sitting at 5-2. But quarterback, we could afford to upgrade. Definitely not something we need to focus in on. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with the RB1 in fantasy in my mind in Saquon Barkley. We have Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard as very solid RB2 options here as well. We have Rico Dowdle, Alexander Madison as desperation depth plays. We have Tyler Algier as the premium handcuff back. So this is a phenomenal running back room. I mean, if you look at the league analyzer, it does say that we are the best running back room in this league. And it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it does matter as well. Now, I think when you're this strong at running back, it's not a horrible situation if you can go through and if you could potentially sell, say, like Tony Pollard and Caleb Williams to pivot over to an elite level quarterback. I think that could make a ton of sense. Like this team has Jalen Hurts. Maybe we need to find a team that's a little bit worse off at RB. The teams that are bad at running back, sadly, don't have great quarterbacks. I mean, this team is possibly having to start Rachaad White this week. Like if you can send them Tony Pollard and Caleb Williams and pivot over to Josh Allen, I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer for us. And there's a chance that that team would be looking to do it with how bad they are currently at the running back position. And going over to what we have at receiver, it's a league in which you can only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Jefferson, so we have a top 5 option there. And we have Deebo Samuel as well, so we are looking solid with another top 12 must-start player every single week, especially post Brandon Aiyuk injury. We have Xavier Worthy. We have Keon Coleman. So it's a phenomenal wide receiver room. I mean, if you wanted to go through at this point and possibly cut Keon Coleman and pick up Ricky Pearsall post Brandon Aiyuk injury and roll the rest of season with the combo of Deebo Samuel and Sticky Ricky, I think you can do that. Tight end, we have Evan Ingram. So great tight end position. So it's a great team overall. I mean, we can see it with the league analyzer. You can see it with the record. The main thing that I personally would be looking to do here on this roster is I think in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, you can afford to go out there and you can afford to get the quarterback upgrade by selling the running back depth. So that's the main thing that I'd be looking at. But B Witness says, I was wondering if this trade's an overreaction. I want to keep Terry, but Kelsey is inconsistent. So yeah, especially with the injury that you have to Jaden Daniels, obviously Terry's not as exciting going into the future. Now, with that being said, if you are looking at trading for Garrett Wilson in particular, while I understand Brandon Aiyuk doesn't have a massive day his first game in New York, I still think you expect that maybe Aiyuk expands his role as the season goes on, as he's in New York a little bit longer here. So I don't necessarily know if you're in a spot in which Wilson's guaranteed to be the alpha wide receiver 1 rest of season. Like, I don't know if Wilson's making that big of a difference here for your roster. So to be honest with you, I think I would Sorry, my grandpa just tried FaceTiming me, trying to see if everything's okay. But I probably would not look to do this deal. If you never had a Garrett Wilson, Davante Adams situation where Adams was still with the Raiders, I think that we could probably go through and say that it makes sense, or maybe the drop off from Kelsey to Hawkinson's not going to be massive, but specifically with the Davante Adams trade, I don't know if the Terry McLaurin and Garrett Wilson upgrade's big enough, to be honest. So I would rather go ahead. I'd rather keep the Kelsey side. I think it's maybe a little bit overreaction. But Just Sherman, always happy to see us, says, 3 good options, 5-1, first place. Really wanted to just flex the team getting crushed in other leagues. We have a Barkley, St. Brown, Tyreek, Kupp, McBride. This is an insane roster. Going over to the flex spots. Looks like we're starting Jordan Mason in the short term. Honestly, I'd probably look to actually sell Jordan Mason, knowing that you're in a situation in which you don't need to start him. And obviously, you have the expiration. I'm sure we can find a team in your league that's desperate for some running back help that would go up to pay for him. But great team. Happy to see you as well. Now, Ryrod coming out says, I think Aiyuk will be out for the year and don't trust Deontay anymore. HN will improve with Tua. For a second, I read that as Tud. I was like, what? Yeah, going from Gibbs to HN, downgrade, Deontay to Harrison, upgrade. Aiyuk is an absolute 0 in this. I think you can go ahead and you can make the move. I don't want to act like it's the best thing in the world because, while, yes, you do have improvement from HN with Tua coming in, I would still rather have Gibbs. Both options look very exciting, but I don't know. I'm just a massive Jahmyr Gibbs stan. I think y'all realize that by now. But let me move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions in the chat, let me know. Michael says Kupp or Drake London rest of season. If you go over to my rankings on the site, you can see that I personally have them, I believe, back-to-back in our rankings. We can go ahead and we can sort by Mason Dodd. Go over here to wide receiver. I have London, wide receiver 8, Cooper Kupp, wide receiver 9. Once Kupp's actually on the field and once we actually see the production, I'm sure that we will go ahead and we will flip that. But at the same time, Drake is producing like a wide receiver 1 right this second. You absolutely have no risk at this moment, where obviously there's still some risk that you have with Kupp before we actually see him. Milky to God says, do you expect Worthy to improve? Yeah, I mean, we can look historically, and you can see that historically, you do have improvement from rookie wide receivers as they go through their rookie seasons. It happens over and over and over again. While at the same time, with Worthy, he sees the career high 8 targets and I believe a carry as well. So 9 total opportunities in this past week's game. So yeah, Xavier Worthy will improve as the season goes on for sure. The Bubba says non-PBR Lamb or Jefferson rest of season. Be honest with you, they're in the same tier. It is up to you. I mean, I'm not going to have a super strong take going, oh my gosh, you're a clown if you don't take Jefferson, or you're a clown if you don't take Kupp. Pretty much back to back, both top 5 assets rest of the way, and it is up to you. Blank says thoughts on Bigsby and Travis Etienne. I wouldn't be super, well, first let me tell you where my biases are and what I need to happen. I didn't draft much Travis Etienne this year. I didn't draft either guy in the flock league. In underdog drafts, I didn't take much Etienne, and I took an absurd amount of Tank Bigsby. So for me, selfishly, I am needing Tank Bigsby to be the guy. I'm needing Tank Bigsby to come out and continue to crush. Now, of course, just because that's what I want doesn't mean it's what's going to happen. If Etienne comes back in this offense, for what I would expect is I would expect that Bigsby's played too well so far this season, and Etienne has performed too poorly. Etienne's at the end of his rookie deal as well. It's not like they have a ton invested into him. I'd be surprised if they pivoted back and just gave Travis Etienne the full-blown starting workload. I think the realistic outcome is when Etienne does come back, if he stays in this offense and they don't trade him, which is a very high possibility, I think that you most likely have this turning into a 3-man running back by committee where nobody is startable. I would rather have Bigsby over Etienne rest of season. But at the same time, if I could sell Bigsby high right now, I would, because even with the upside case of Tank Bigsby, even if, say, you were to get a trade where Etienne gets sent out of Jacksonville, at the end of the day, Tank Bigsby is a running back that's had 1 reception all season. So he is effectively a touchdown or bust option in what appears to be one of the worst offenses in the league. Now, real quick, we just hit 500 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button, of course. RT the brand says Stroud's looking like Daniel Jones without his weapons. Very interesting to see what's happening in Houston right now in terms of what you have with the rush to pass ratios, where this is a Texans offense that is willing to just go out there and run the ball over and over and over again. The Be No Doubt says thoughts on Jayden Reed. So thoughts on Jayden Reed remain the same that they've been all season, where Jayden Reed is a wide receiver that's going to be a boom and bust option, where he's in an offense that you have a ridiculous amount of competition, where you have Christian Watson, you have Romeo Doubs, you have Dontavian Wicks, you have a viable tight ends. So Jayden Reed, his season high is 8 targets in a game. He's had 1 game with over 6 targets in it. Obviously, he's been phenomenal in fantasy based off some big plays, but we know that efficiency is going to be very volatile week to week, whereas what's going to be sticky is actually going to be volume. It's a great offense, so I don't know if you really want to fade Reed. But Reed is not the wide receiver 1 that some of y'all are screaming at me that he is. Instead, in fantasy, is going to be a boom bust wide receiver 2 option that still, in my mind, is the wide receiver 1 in Green Bay. But without the volume, you'd have to view Reed more so as the inconsistent player with the highest ceiling. Tyler says, thoughts on David Njoku rest of season. So David Njoku, 2 main catalysts that are going to be propping him up from here. Obviously, 1, the Amari Cooper trade, just going through and giving David Njoku more volume. And 2, at the same time, you're actually looking at a really good spot in which Jameis is going to be increasing the passing volume in Cleveland. So Njoku's going to have a higher percentage of this Browns offense. This Browns offensive pie is going to be higher as well. I have moved David Njoku up to our tight end 7 in our rest of season ranks, and I view him as a tight end 1 that's a must-start option every single week. Alex says, thoughts on George Pickens rest of season. If we're looking at George Pickens, this is a wide receiver in which looks a lot better with Russell Wilson under center. Like we said, when they transition over to Russ, I'm not necessarily expecting the Pittsburgh Steelers offense to be better, but obviously Russ is a little bit different of a profile of a quarterback than what you have with Pickens. Than Fields, in that if you are looking at Justin Fields is going to monopolize a lot of the points in this offense to himself. Whereas in the case of what you have with Russell Wilson, you're not going to see those rushing yards. You're not going to see those rushing touchdowns. Instead, those are actually going to be going through the air, or they're going to be going to the running back with Najee Harris. So clearly the transition away from Fields to Russ is good for Pickens, and it's good for Najee, like we knew it was going to be. I still don't know if it's going to be great for the Steelers in the long haul. Looked great this past week, of course. I would still say that Pickens is probably a receiver that's a little bit more of a boom-bust flex play rather than an every week starter, however, because I'm not thinking it's an easy spot to assume that Pittsburgh's going to be scoring 37 points a game going into the future. But Let's go ahead and let's move this over to the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, if you want to go check out any of our rankings, you can do so over on flockfantasy.com. What I would recommend y'all do, especially as you get ready to set your waiver wire here as well, is I'd recommend you go over to the My Teams page. And if you go over to the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com, if you play with Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo for completely free, you can link your team. You can see updated power standings. What I would do, if you're a paid member of the site, you can actually sort by my rankings. I keep these updated every single day. I already have moved Brandon Aiyuk down to being worthless. But yeah, and what you also get to do, which is really cool, and I think it's actually extremely useful if you play on Sleeper, Yahoo, or ESPN, because honestly, looking at their waiver wire options weekly is just garbage the way they do it with projections, is you can look at flockfantasy.com with what you have in terms of the best waiver wire options with rest of season rankings by position. So this is what I would recommend that you do. And this is completely free as well. Now, what does cost money on flockfantasy.com? But if you are interested, if you want to get a guaranteed question on the live stream, you can go hit that expert advice button in the top right corner. There, you could always send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a team review to get answered in any live stream. And if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night as well. Just make sure if you wanted that free team review, you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who we should be crediting with that free team review voucher. But let's go ahead and let's move this back over to what we have on the site. So, need to refresh these questions. This question coming out with a massive dono from Nader Nostrum. I'm an idiot. I can't read. I'm sorry that was very, very embarrassing. And honestly, I'm going to try to draw attention away from that. I'm going to hook you up with another free start sit question. Thank you so much for the massive dono. If you ever have a start sit question, you can send it my way for free there on the site. But in desperate need of wide receivers, sitting with Brian Thomas, Pickens, Mooney. Now I have 2/3 and missing a 1st and 9th. Give this trade a 1 through 10. I'm now 3 and 4 through 7 weeks. Any advice? Mixon, Taylor, Pacheco at running back. Much love, my friend. So it looks like this is a keeper league, unless I'm mistaken. Nate, if you are in this live chat right now and you could tell me exactly what this is, if this is a keeper format, if this is a dynasty league, if this is a redraft league, obviously all very different answers. If this is a dynasty format where that 2025 first is a rookie pick, then I would very easily prefer Tyreek Hill and J.K. Dobbins if we are looking to contend right now. If this is a keeper format where you only keep 1 to 2 players, then at that point you are taking on a lot of risk by making this move. But even if it is that keeper format where you're falling back from the 1st round to the 3rd round, and we are picking up potentially the wide receiver 1 rest of season, trading Tank Biggs before Dobbins is such a massive upgrade. It's a no-brainer. But I think it does make a lot of sense to go ahead and get the Tyreek and Dobbins side there as well. So obviously rating it 1 through 10, it's going to be a tough spot in which we just simply don't know how to do so without knowing exactly what league format it is. But honestly, regardless of if it is a keeper format, regardless of if it is a dynasty league or just a redraft league where for whatever reason you could trade your picks next year, as seems like we are getting the best side of this if you were wanting to push to contend right now. So I think we go ahead and we take the Tyreek and Dobbins side. What is crazy, obviously it's a really good matchup for Dobbins in this game, and I know y'all are going to hate me for this, but honestly, one of my favorite underdog picks, just because it's freaking insane, is they have Dobbins higher, lower 100.5 total yards. They have Derrick Henry higher, lower, 94.5, and J.K. Dobbins 100.5 total yards against the Cardinals this week. Like, expectations with Dobbins are just absolutely through the roof at this point. Now, Thomas coming out with a team review. Really appreciate you. Let me go ahead and hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question as well. So you should have free vouchers for these to send them over my way whenever you're wanting. Appreciate you, my guy. We're currently 3-4 after this week. Feel like I have a solid team to compete now, but looking for any trade advice to help my ads. I don't have my own first, but I have another team's first. They are 3-4 as well. Thank you for all your hard work. Bulldogs suck. Hook 'em. Hook 'em horns, my friend. And yeah, real quick, just for anybody watching this is going to be a Superflex 12-team Start 9 Dynasty League. So this is a situation in which the long-term upside matters a ton, and the quarterback position matters a ton here as well. Now, with that being said, if we already traded away our 2025 first, but we have another team's 2025 first, then at that point, you are also highly incentivized to go through and do everything we can to win right this second. Obviously, we're not thinking more so long-term, where if you're in a dynasty league and all of a sudden our team starts to struggle and you have your own 2025 first, you can go through and say, oh, let me pivot over to a rebuild and let me just lock up the top running back in 2025. And let's really get a cornerstone asset where I know a lot of people are saying the guy at Boise State is going to be better than Bijan, blah, blah, blah. But regardless, if we don't have our own first, we just want to be going through and winning as many games as possible because it doesn't matter. We don't get a higher rookie pick regardless. Sitting at quarterback, we are currently sitting with 2 cornerstone assets. We have both the combo of CJ Stroud as well as Jordan Love. So these are 2 quarterbacks that are going to be extremely useful in the short term. These are 2 quarterbacks that are going to be extremely useful in the long term. They should retain their value. So really no hesitation here at all, specifically at the quarterback position, of course. And then Deshaun's injury does make it where, I mean, at this point, we maybe need to move Deshaun lower in our dynasty ranks. Having a QB 33 seems too high. I don't know if Deshaun ever plays another game. But yeah, if we could grab a third quarterback, that could be useful just for the bye weeks, which you haven't gone through. I believe the Packers bye week is week 10, and I believe the Texans bye week is week 14. So we haven't gone through either bye week yet, or obviously put ourselves in a position where we have a little more flexibility if we were to see an injury. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with the Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Javonte, Ramondre, Singletary combo. So running back is a massive concern for a team wanting to contend right now. Right now we can get by because we have Jordan Mason, of course. In the long term here, it may actually be a much tougher spot once McCaffrey is back in, where we're having to start Dobbins and Javonte weekly on a team that's supposed to be a contender. So if we were wanting to contend, running back's probably something we are looking at. Wide receiver depth, not super important here. I believe we're only starting like 4 wide receivers weekly. We have Jefferson, London, Reed, all as cornerstone assets, right? These are guys that can help us contend in the short term. These are guys that can help us contend in the long term as well. We have Amari as a quality depth piece. We have Downs more so as a long-term option. Shakir, Yoshivash, Hollywood. So wide receiver is strong. Tight end, we are looking at garbage here as well. So what I would say with this team here is if we could go over to a roster that's looking to rebuild and we could possibly send them that future first to really help us try to contend right this second, I think that does make a ton of sense, specifically in a situation in which obviously when we don't have our own future first, we are at no point incentivized to lose games and turn into a rebuilder. So with that future first that we do have, this team's 1-5. The issue is, like, realistically, what can this team give us? I don't want to sell a future first just for Stephon Diggs and Kareem Hunt. I would be trying to squeeze out some more value here. We don't necessarily need to add a bunch of wide receiver depth. Like, it's not like we need to add in Stephon Diggs and Mike Evans. It's not doing much for us. You can send them something that may seem like a little bit insulting, but if they really wanted to pivot to a rebuild, it could make sense for them. Where if we send them the 2025 first for Kirk Cousins, for Kareem Hunt, for Stephon Diggs, and for Dallas Goedert, and we effectively get ourselves a third quarterback, we get ourselves another viable RB, we get ourselves a tight end that we can start here in the long term. We essentially plug every single little depth concern that you could possibly have by selling away the additional 2025 first round pick that we have. I think that team should be interested in that as well, knowing that they are 1-5 looking to rebuild, presumably. Going over to this team that is 2-4. I think you could look to do something similar with them, where if you could send them that additional 2025 first that we have and pick up depth pieces across every position, where if we can pick up, say, Derek Carr, James Conner, wide receiver, the issue is they don't have anybody that's too interesting. But maybe go like get James Conner, Derek Carr, and Dalton Kincaid for that 2025 first. I think that could make us just a deeper contender as well. So really, I don't see any other path for this team. I think you want to contend. I think we need depth across pretty much every single position. If we can attack maybe this team up here at the top as well, they just lost Brandon Aiyuk. Send them a 2025 first. Get back like Sam Darnold's, Najee Harris, and a depth tight end like Freiermuth. I think that could help us too. Maybe try to squeeze out an additional depth wide receiver here. But I think that's what I'm looking to do. Try to take advantage of those teams that really need the future value and plug up depth at every position. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Really hope you're able to get something from this. And yeah, like I said, I hooked you up with that free start sit question and that free trade question as well. So if you have anything else additional to me, feel free to send it my way. Now, Jawit Hoodie coming out says, hey, Mason, I was wondering if I won this deal. I did have to give up some depth for the trade. So Juju Smith-Schuster, it's an absolute zero at this point. We traded Rome Odunze, Javonte Williams for Kamara. This is Kamara, and it's not even remotely close. Well, yeah, the Saints look like they're garbage right now. Next week, we should get back Olave. It should improve the offense a bit. The week after, we should get back Derek Carr. Should improve the offense a lot. Kamara is still going to have the receiving usage. So absolutely no brainer here. Let's go ahead and let's get the Kamara side. Now, Soggy Potato coming out with a trade question. Was offered Gibbs for DK, which is an obvious steal for me, but not sure how it hurts our wide receiver. I don't care if our wide receiver one after this deal is Bub Means. You go ahead and you make this trade. You go get Jahmyr Gibbs, especially now that DK Metcalf is going to be out for a couple of weeks. You go get Gibbs, and if you need to go to the waiver wire and pick up Juwan Jennings, you do it. Your team's not linked, so I can't see exactly who we have at wide receiver, but it just frankly does not matter. You go get Jahmyr Gibbs in this instance. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be a team review from Thomas, member of the flock. Appreciate you, my friend. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here. Yeah, thank you so much. If you have any additional questions about this team, obviously send them my way with those free vouchers. But looks like I'll be 3-4 after this week. Do you have any trade ideas to improve the team? Looking to pick up Jennings for Winnington on the waiver wire. Great move. And Cedric Tillman for Juju. I want to trade one of my tight ends, but not getting much interest. So this is the Green Bay Packers. It is a 12-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So wide receiver depth's not going to be super, super important. We are 2-4 coming into this past week, but we had Brian Thomas. We had Lamb. We had no Lamb. We had Brian Thomas, Pickens crushed, Walker, Jacobs crushed, Kyle Pitts played well. Even if we went Kraft played well. Across the board, we were pretty strong with this team. So for what I'm doing in terms of waiver wire moves is honestly, I wouldn't be looking to pick up Cedric Tillman over Ricky Pearsall. Maybe you can, but I still expect that the wide receiver one's going to be Jerry Jeudy. I think David Njoku is going to take a considerable amount of targets as well. Obviously, this should be an offense with a decent amount of passing volume if Jameis is the guy here. But still, at the same time, I don't know if we want the second wide receiver in Cleveland and possibly the third option in that passing game, especially if it's Cedric Tillman, not a player with a great talent profile. So I would rather go for the options that could potentially be in a top offense that I think have better talent profiles, such as Jennings and Sticky Ricky. I'm looking at Jordan Love. Jordan Love, obviously not giving you much rushing upside, but at the same time, I mean, you're in a pretty comfortable situation in which the passing volume is there. With the passing volume being there, I don't think there's much bad that you could say. I think you are starting him almost every single week. Obviously more excited about him in a 4-point passing touchdown format than a 6-point passing touchdown league. Now going over to what we have with our next position. We are looking at running back. We have Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs. So you are looking at a solid locked and loaded RB1, a solid locked and loaded RB2, Chase Brown, great depth piece, Bucky Irving, great depth piece as well. So running back room is incredibly strong here. Really do like it. Going over to the wide receiver depth, CeeDee Lamb, top 3 wide receiver rest of season, already through his bye. Brian Thomas looks like an incredible option for a wide receiver 2. George Pickens looks a lot better here at wide receiver 3. Romeo Doubs, obviously like the love stack. If you were to get an injury to Reed, Wicks, or Watson, then at that point, Romeo Doubs a must-start player. How it stands now, I think you're probably in a spot in which it's tough to go out there and it's tough to count on anybody reliably in Green Bay just because they're going to spread the ball out to so many different options. And then going over to what we have at tight end, we're rolling with Pitts and Kraft. Yeah, both solid low-end tight end ones, but I completely understand nobody in your league is going to be trading for these guys, right? So we're just starting them ourselves and we're just rolling with the punches here. But trying to figure out what we could reasonably do with this team in terms of trades. I honestly don't see much. I think more likely than not, the move that you're going to be looking to make here is just making a few waiver wire pivots. I think that you probably go through and you probably cut Whittington as well as Juju now with the Juju injury. And we pick up both Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall to see what the situation's going to look like here in San Francisco with no Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe after this week, we cut one of them and then go look at a player like Cedric Tillman. I just don't see a reasonable path where you ever start Cedric Tillman over somebody like Lamb, Brian Thomas, or George Pickens, or even one of the running backs in the flex spot. So I would rather just go for the upside with the Niners guys. But I think it's a great team. I think you have a great roster construction. I don't have much hesitation with that going into the future. I'm really sorry. I wish I had some easy trades for you to make here, but I did hook you up with that free trade voucher and that free start sit question as well for one of these streams. So if you had any additional questions about the team, you're more than welcome to go through and send it my way. But for now, I think you're in a really good spot, and I don't necessarily think that we need to be doing much here. Now let's move this over to YY. It says Jacobs, Puka, Komet all on the bench, and Zay is starting. I have Hunt and Bucky Irving as backup running backs now. Yeah, team's not linked, so I can't see exactly. If this is a YY, can you please let me know if you're in the live chat real quick? If you're in the live chat, I do have a question about the league settings. Because this is tagged as if it's a 10-team league, but I don't know if you went through and cared about how we put in the league settings. It's not linked, so I can't say it's a 10-team league for 100%. But if it's a 10-team format where we can assume that there are some solid options off the waiver wire here, I think, well, maybe it looks like we overpaid for Tyreek Hill on the surface. If you go through and if you look at the players that you could pick up off the waiver wire to backfill for our 3 empty spots and throw them on the Tyreek Hill side of this, I think you're in a much better situation. So trying to think through this realistically, if this was a 12-team format where the waiver wire is extremely limited, I probably would just prefer the package of options because I do view Jacobs potentially as a low-end RB1 rest of season here. Flowers could be a top 24 guy. Puka Nacua, once he is back, could be a low-end wide receiver 1. Komet looks like a low-end tight end 1. If this is a 12-team format where the waiver wire options are limited, then I want the package. If this is a 10-team league where you're going to be able to backfill with exciting waiver wire players like Tank Bigsby, then I think it makes sense to go with Tyreek Hill. We can go through and we can put this in the trade calculator real quick on the site. Obviously, the trade calculator is for free that anybody wants to use it on the site. You can update your exact league settings here, and it will go through and it will change things for you. I'm going to use my rankings with this, but we receive Tyreek. They receive Puka, Komet, Flowers, and Jacobs. Saying that they're robbing us, but like I said, if we could go through and throw in a bunch of solid options in a 10-team league on the other side, maybe it's more appealing. So I think your league settings matter here. You probably go ahead and take the package unless it's a very shallow format. Now, Damian coming out with a start set. Here's to say, Mason, with Cooper's value skyrocketing, I can't figure out my lineup rest of season. HN Dobbins will be very tough. In the games in which you have Tua, I probably would prefer HN here at RB. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are going to have to play Amari over Metcalf with Metcalf's injury. We're going to go Ferguson here at tight ends. And then the flex, I think you just go ahead and you play Dobbins. So I think that, honestly, your lineup has kind of figured itself out naturally just because of the Metcalf injury, to be honest. Now, the next question is a free Underdog team review from I'm the Biggest Bird. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pee real quick and get this dog out of the room. She keeps biting herself and it's annoying me. And I'll come back, do this team review, and I will answer a bunch of free questions in the live chat, so don't go anywhere, and I'll try to get to as many of your questions as I can. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I am back. So checking this out for I'm the Biggest Bird. Thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. Says, hey, Mason, I have 2 sleeper leagues to choose from, but my Dynasty league's first round picks are messed up in the app. So I decided on this league. Projected to win this week, 90% to 10%. Feel like I'm trading up right now. Just been unlucky with the bye weeks and small injuries. What you thinking? Going to be excited to check this out for you. This is Michael Wilson Worshipper 14. Right now, we are 5th in the league analyzer. It does appear to be a relatively even league here. It looks like we're going to be 4-3 after this week. We do have the elite tight end in Kelsey already through the bye week. So the first thing that I want to say is Pat Frymuth for me is probably somebody that I would just go through. I would throw to the waiver wire. I don't necessarily know if Frymuth is going to be doing much for your squad here. So I would actually probably drop Frymuth, and instead, I think I would go ahead and I would actually be looking at what you had potentially from somebody like, say, Keenan Allen off waivers, coming off the bye. I mean, before the bye week, obviously, looked extremely impressive. Looking at what we have with other waiver wire options, we have guys like Jerry Jeudy, Ricky Pearsall. But ultimately, I think I would drop Frymuth here. I just don't see a path to Frymuth making a big time difference for you. Now, going over to what we have with this team at quarterback, we are rolling with Kyler and Brock Purdy. Looking at the best available quarterbacks on waivers, does seem pretty thin. You have guys like Lawrence, Stafford that we're not super excited about. So then we keep this as is. Obviously not super excited about Brock Purdy post Brandon Aiyuk injury. I'm considering in my own league dropping Purdy for Cousins. Now at the same time, I don't necessarily know if we can sit here and we can say that I'm going to be smart to drop Purdy for Stafford. I think we leave QB as is. It's a league in which we are going to 4-3, but our running back room's taking a massive hit in the short term with the injuries. Where obviously we still have no Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Taylor has missed the past few weeks. Taylor should be back at practice this week, which is a positive. Ramondre Stevenson is in a 3-man running back by committee where Ramondre is no longer startable. Running back's very important. It's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so the wide receiver depth doesn't particularly matter. So looking here, I would love to upgrade wide receiver if possible. The issue is going over to wide receiver. The guys that have value, I really want to hold on to. I mean, we have the elite option with Jefferson. Godwin looks like a low-end wide receiver 1. Brian Thomas looks like a mid wide receiver 2. We can start these guys every single week. Looking at the options that we have with the waiver wire at running back, we have some of these like premium handcuff backs such as Ray Davis, Roshan Johnson. But obviously they're not startable outside of an injury in their respective offenses. But I mean, if you really wanted to go through and if you wanted to drop Trey Sermon, I probably would for one of these other RBs. If we just think about the long-term upside that you potentially have a Sermon in comparison. Like even in a game where you have no Jonathan Taylor this next week, I don't know reasonably if I want to start Trey Sermon after he's been splitting with Tyler Goodson, actually seeing fewer touches than Goodson this week in what should be a very bad Colts offense. And Sermon also is a very bad running back himself. Obviously, if we wanted to wait until Jonathan Taylor is officially back to make that pivot, we can, but I would just prefer some of these other handcuff backs. Going over to wide receiver, like I said, I mean, I would drop Michael Wilson for Keenan Allen, but I don't necessarily know if that's the call that you make. I think instead you potentially just go through and you drop Pat Frymuth for Keenan Allen. And if you could get a super high price tag by going through and maybe selling Godwin and Ramondre Stevenson and getting an elite level running back, seeing if you can somehow get a league mate to agree to give us Bijan, get a league mate to agree to give us Kyron, then it'd be a no-brainer, but obviously much, much easier said than done. But that is the move that we would make. And yeah, just drop Frymuth, pick up Keenan. If you could sell wide receiver and a running back to get an elite level RB, I would. And then if you were very interested, you could sell, you could drop Michael Wilson to pick up Jerry Jeudy. But given the name's the Michael Wilson worshiper, I don't know if we are super, I don't know if we need to do that. I don't know if you'd be excited to go through and drop Michael Wilson. So I think you can hold on to him if you really want. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for taking advantage of that free Underdog offer. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way, but I think it's a good team, especially once we get JT back. But let's move this over. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to answer as many questions as we possibly can. And also hit that like button if you have not done so already. It looks like only about 6% of y'all have have dropped a like on this. So please fix your life if you have not done so already. Um, Jess says, do we need to trade for Deebo? Or I'm sorry, Anthony says that. In terms of trading for Deebo Samuel post Brandon Aiyuk injury, I would say probably not. The person who has Deebo in your league probably has heard that Brandon Aiyuk's out for the season, right? So it's going to be priced in if you are trying to go after Deebo Samuel. I'm not really moving Deebo that much in our rankings either. Like, I had Deebo Samuel wide receiver 11 before the Brandon Aiyuk news. I don't know if I'm moving Deebo Samuel much higher than wide receiver 11 rest of season afterwards. So I don't know. I wouldn't be that excited. Dev says, how does this Aiyuk injury affect Jordan Mason? I don't think it really affects Mason much at all. And that I still view Jordan Mason as a must-start wide and running back every single week, regardless of who's out there at wide receiver. The only thing that has an impact on Jordan Mason is Jordan Mason's health and Christian McCaffrey's health. Obviously, any game in which you have no CMC, Mason is viable. The second that CMC is back at practice, which we're getting news that could be this week, you are going to see a massive, massive drop in Jordan Mason's value. John says, where do you have Bijan rest of season Mason? I still have Bijan as a mid RB1 that you start every single week. We can go through and we can check out the site real quick. These are the average expert rankings rest of season on the site. If you go through and sort by my own, you can see that I have Deebo Samuel. I'm sorry, I don't have Deebo Samuel. I have Bijan Robinson, RB8. I have Bijan right behind Gibbs, Walker, Kamara, Brees. And then he says, how do you view Mixon sell high? I don't view Mixon as a sell high candidate. I think it's a good offense. I think Joe Mixon has a phenomenal workload, not only as a rusher, but as a receiver as well. So at this point, I don't really see a reason to sell high on Mixon. Baluk says, trade Amonra for CD or Jefferson. I have Gibbs. They might have better playoff schedules. I respectively don't have a large preference, and I don't care. If you would rather have Lamb, go after Lamb. If you would rather have St. Brown, go with St. Brown. I think that they're all incredibly close. It's a personal preference kind of thing. Makes no difference to me. Lucas says, is Chase Brown for sure the starter? Well, this is now back-to-back weeks where Chase Brown has had more work than Zach Moss. If you look at the underlying snaps, they are pretty close together. It's not like there's a massive difference between these players. Where like Chase Brown played about 50% of the snaps. Zach Moss played about 50% of the snaps. Now, with that being said, Chase Brown did just have the vast majority of the work. So, I definitely would rather have Chase Brown over Zach Moss for sure. I mean, they are in a committee. Bubba says non-PBR, Terry and Harrison for Lamb. My other receivers are Brian Thomas Jr., T, and Ladd. So you don't need the wide receiver depth. So honestly, I think it's a very easy spot to just go ahead and take CeeDee Lamb. Very easy to take Lamb. Michael says price check for Jefferson in Dynasty. And nothing has changed about Jefferson in Dynasty. He was a top 3 wide receiver coming into the season. He is still a top 3 wide receiver in Dynasty right now. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I don't see why anything could have possibly changed here. Taram says, Mason, is Mahomes droppable with having Baker and only 5 bench spots? Yes, if you only have 5 bench spots, Mahomes is sadly droppable. I moved Mahomes in our rankings to the same range as the streaming quarterbacks that you're just playing based off matchups. The guys like Cousins, Goff, Darnold, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're looking at a deeper league where you have solid waiver wire option, no real waiver wire options, then obviously you're just going to hold on to Mahomes. If you're looking at a shallower format where the waiver wire, like you have guys like Tank Bigsby out there on waivers right now. You maybe had Chase Brown on the waiver wire like 2 weeks ago. Like if you're in a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex with 5 bench spots, then yeah, I think in that kind of format, Mahomes is sadly droppable. Mike says, is Keaton Mitchell worth stashing? So the thing with Keaton Mitchell is if you can put him on your IR, then sure, no harm, no foul. But if you have to put him on the active roster, he's a running back that's not going to have receiving usage. That, yes, was efficient off a small sample, but ultimately at the end of the day, he wasn't an inspiring prospect. Pretty much no draft capital, no pedigree. He comes out all of a sudden and he flashes efficiency. Obviously, with Mitchell, there's no world in which you would ever start him unless you were to have an injury to Derrick Henry. So you're lighting a roster spot on fire unless Derrick Henry gets injured. But let's even think about what happens if Derrick Henry gets injured. At that point, where are you ranking Keaton? At that point, what? Is Keaton Mitchell a player that's all of a sudden is splitting a backfield with Justice Hill, where Keaton Mitchell is going to get 10 to 15 carries with no usage as a receiver? Is that somebody that's a league-winning option in fantasy? No, that's somebody that's a borderline flex play. So if Keaton Mitchell is going to make up an active roster spot on your bench, I would say probably not. You're rostering a handcuff with a limited ceiling. I would way rather roster somebody like Tyler Algier, where I could presumably see him turning into a running back one if there was an injury in front of him. I'd way rather roster somebody like Braylon Allen, way rather roster somebody like a Zach Charbonnet, one of these guys that has the size and the receiving skill set to be a 3-down option if they were to see that change with their situation. But in the case of Keaton Mitchell, I think he turns into a committee regardless. Now, let's move this back over and get some more of the questions on the site. We don't have many questions on the site at all to go through. We'll 100% get to your question quick if you wanted to ask one. But anyway, if you ever wanted to ask a question on flockfantasy.com, you can hit the button in the live chat that says ask question here, or you can go to the button on the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can send a super message. You can ask a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. Whatever you are wanting over there on flockfantasy.com, get you a guaranteed answer in this live stream as well. Now, of course, if you wanted that full-blown team review, what I would recommend doing is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat that says free Kyler Murray pick, you are actually going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free Kyler Murray pick for the game tonight. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. And like I said, you can find that link in the live chats or in the description over there to Underdog Fantasy. But it's definitely going to be the cheapest way to get that free team review. So that's what I would do if I were you. But let's move this over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have on the sites. This next one coming out from, I believe, Los CV. This is a trade question where they are saying, I start Allen. Would you pair Goff with St. Brown for Lamb, or am I giving up too much? Well, if you start Josh Allen, if you start Josh Allen, Jared Goff has no value to you, so it doesn't really matter. Everything that this deal is just, would you rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown or would you rather have CeeDee Lamb? I would personally rather have Lamb, but if you'd rather have St. Brown, you do you. I think it is extremely close. And this is the perfect example of just personal preference, up to you. Now, Act In coming out. This is a 2025 early to mid first and James Conner versus Garrett Wilson. If you're a contending team, I completely understand going after Wilson here. Obviously, Wilson doesn't look as exciting with Devontae Adams in town for this season, but in the long term, it's safe to say that Wilson has the talent profile where he is going to be viable for years to come. Instead of him looking like he has the elite wide receiver one trajectory of a Justin Jefferson, of an A.J. Brown, of Jamar Chase, what it actually looks like at this point, if you run historical comps on Wilson, is he probably is more so going to have like the DK Metcalf fantasy career arc, where he's around for a very long time. Season in, season out, you're getting wide receiver 2 production. Is Wilson ever going to turn into the true elite top 5 player? I don't necessarily know. But if you love Wilson, I think it's a fine price point to go after him. I'd be less excited about it in a super flex league, which this is. Going over to Cryptic, this is Eckler, Juwan Jennings, A.J. Brown versus Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, and Chris Godwin. So A.J. Brown to Kenneth Walker, kind of a lateral move up to you at this point. I would still prefer A.J. Brown, but they're not that far off. Going from Juwan Jennings to Chris Godwin, massive upgrade. Austin Eckler to DeAndre Swift, massive upgrade as well. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take the Walker, DeAndre Swift, and Chris Godwin side. I don't think it's going to be too tough for me to do that either. I think it's very easily this side. Now going over to our next question from Maverick. Here, this is Gibbs, Waddle versus Montgomery and Tyreek. Gibbs to Montgomery, clear downgrade. Waddle to Tyreek, clear upgrade. Gibbs versus Tyreek, probably give me Tyreek. Montgomery versus Waddle, probably give me Montgomery. So assuming that Montgomery injury is not super serious, I think for me, I probably would go ahead, probably would take Tyreek Hill and David Montgomery. Now, JW coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. Zay Mason, huge fan of the channel. You've helped me out tremendously. I'm in an 8-team double flex league. My team's pretty stacked, but I'm about to fall to 3-4 due to a ton of injuries. Would you consider making any trades, or should we hold off and trust that my guys can stay healthy? Appreciate your feedback. Appreciate you supporting the channel, my friend. We are Perk Cousins. Love the name and profile pic. We are a top 3 team in the league analyzer. Looks like we are pretty stacked up with the other 2 juggernauts. Keep in mind, it's an 8-team league, so the options on the waiver wire should be phenomenal. So we're still interested in 2-for-1 deals, 3-for-1 deals, and just getting improvements in the lineup where we can, even with it being a double flex format. But starting off what we have at QB, we are rolling out Jaden Daniels. So clearly we are going to have to pick up another quarterback over the next few weeks. 8-team league, so not a super big deal, right? You are able to go through and you are able to pick up somebody like Joe Burrow effectively for free here. So yeah, I think we just dropped Daniels. I'm sorry, not drop Daniels. We dropped, the issue is like, hell, this team, it's an 8-team format. So who do you drop? You're either dropping George Pickens or Najee Harris. Either way, we're not super excited about it. Either way, obviously, we would prefer to hold on to both players if we can. So, I mean, what we could look to do is, and like we talked about previously, every chance we get, we want to go through and we want to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade inside the starting lineup, to sell depth and open up roster space so we never have to be in a position where we are looking to drop George Pickens. We never have to be in a position where we are looking to drop Najee Harris. But for how this stands right now, I probably would drop Pickens to go get Burrow. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Taylor coming in the long term. I think Taylor can be an RB1 when fully healthy, even in an 8-team league. Obviously, I'd be very excited about him as my RB1 in a 12-team format. 8-team league, not as much. We have McCaffrey in the long term, but we're staying alive in the short term, which is what matters. We have Connor, Mason as guys that we can play right now. So running back room is okay. We have the Nico Collins injury. So if this team was 2-5, it would 100% be a spot where you would be forced to go through, make trades, get improvements inside your starting lineup right this second. However, with this team being 3-4, it's not the end of the world here. I mean, we can kind of get by for now. Tight end, we have Kincaid and Laporta, which in an 8-team league at this point does look like a pretty weak position to be in. So I don't love this team in an 8-team league. I think the clear trades that we need to look to make is, I think you're clearly looking to make 2-for-1 deals where we can. Like if you could go through and sell, say, like George Pickens and Jaden Daniels to pivot over to a quarterback like Josh Allen, pivot over to a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, somebody that is fully healthy right now, that would make a lot of sense. That way we don't have to just drop them and get no value for them. and then we could open up another roster spot and pick up either Rico Dowdle or Jonathan Brooks. I would love to sell like Brian Thomas Jr. in this league. I hate to say it. Obviously, Brian Thomas Jr. was that buy low candidate for us last week. But if you could sell Brian Thomas Jr. and Kincaid and pivot over to a top 4 tight ends, I think that would make a lot of sense as well, because there in that case, you can just go ahead and you can pick up Rome Odunze for completely free. Pick up one of the other running backs for completely free. Don't think you want to be trading away Jordan Mason on this team while we have McCaffrey here. I mean, we're kind of the guy that actually needs that production for now. So I think this is a good team. But at the same time, the main thing that I would be looking to do is I'd be looking to see if we can sell the wide receiver depth, go get the upgrade at quarterback, and just go pick up some of those great options on waivers, which I understand is very boring advice. I understand I've said it 1,000 times here for 8-team leagues, and you're probably wishing I would have a little bit more for you. But to be honest with you, I mean, this is why I'm not a big fan of 8-team leagues, because it's really the only thing that you can do. I mean, they're super simple. There's not much to it. It's all about just going through, making 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deals, getting upgrades inside the starting lineup, and being able to pivot over to options that we like off the waiver wire for completely free. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over to Manny Benz. Says, struggling at wide receiver, 3-3, probably 3-4 after tonight. What are we thinking, my man? Much love. Going from Gibbs to London, clear downgrade. If we were picking up Brian Robinson, though, for free, this does look like it's a 12-team format. Wide receiver right now, we only have Smith, Waddle, JSN, Worthy. So I understand if you are wanting to do this. What I would just do, if we can, is I would tell the other owner, hey, let me sit on it a couple days. Because if you were to have no Montgomery like this next week, or if you were to have no Montgomery for 2 weeks, Jahmyr Gibbs is probably a top 3 running back in my rankings, if not the RB1 overall in my rankings with no Montgomery. So I would rather tell the other owner, like, hey, can I think about it for a couple days, and really just be monitoring the David Montgomery practice reports. And then if it looks like Montgomery's going to miss a week or two, then at that point, tell him, oh, I'm not interested right now. And then we could get that Jahmyr Gibbs production in our lineup and then potentially look to still make this deal 2 weeks later. Especially, I know Waddle's been an absolute train wreck. Trust me, I have Waddle with my own team. But at the same time, it does seem like Tua may be coming back in, so he may be viable again. So I would actually see if we can just hold off just a bit, but I think we can make the deal in the long term. And yeah, I think the London Brian Robinson side's the winner on it. But like I said, I would just rather wait a little bit if we can. Now, Michael Ezzo coming out with a team review says, wide receiver's been inconsistent or injured. I need more security in that position and any other suggestions you may have. Well, thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. My guy going to be excited to check this out. This is a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth's not going to matter a ton. If you look at the league analyzer, we don't have a great team. I'll say also, we gotta update the team name. We gotta update the profile pic here. We can't be sitting with the team name of Michael's Money Team, and we can't be sitting here with the basic little ESPN helmet. Yeah, we got to get something a little more creative than this. Now, we are sitting at 2-4. It looks like maybe this week we actually could come away with another L based off the Deebo Samuel goose egg. Going into the future, clearly Deebo should be much better post Aiyuk injury. But anyway, looking at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Lamar. Having Lamar Jackson, quarterback that we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Don't need a backup. If you were to get injured, then obviously we can go to the waiver wire and look to make that pivot at that point. But 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the wide receiver depth is simply not going to matter. So as we're looking here with this roster construction, honestly, I'm not a fan. I don't like it. I think that I would change this for sure if possible. So if we're looking at some pretty solid running back pickups off the waiver wire, you have guys like Etienne, Tyler Algier, Jalen Warren that obviously don't look like locked and loaded must-start options for this next week. But each one of these players in their respective range of outcomes could be viable. So what I would be really interested in here is if you could potentially go through and look to move on from the wide receivers at the very bottom end. Like Khalil Shakir, I don't see a world in which you ever start him with the Amari Cooper edition. I mean, he was already competing with Keon Coleman, who was going to expand his role as the season goes on. And now that you have Amari in, like drop Shakir, there's no world that you ever start him. There's no world in which you're ever starting Allen Lazard here post Devontae Adams Jets acquisition. So first thing I would do is I'd drop Shakir. I would drop Lazard. I'd pick up Etienne and Algier off the waiver wire. And honestly, I think you could consider, if we get another week of Tracy looking like the primary running back for the Giants, pivoting off of Devin Singletary as well. I don't think you need to drop Singletary just yet, because obviously it's just the first week of us seeing Tracy have the majority of the usage here. It's not like we have a super large sample with it, but it will be something to keep our eyes on. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are sitting with Harrison, who I think will be better in the long term than what he's been. We're sitting with Deebo Samuel, who I think will be better in the long term than what he's been. We have Ladd McConkey, who looks to expand his role, but we even have the depth guys like Keenan, Wandale, Josh Downs. Obviously, Josh Downs had been the sell-high candidate for us over the past few weeks with Flacco under center. I think after this week, you're just simply not going to be able to get anything for Josh Downs, however. So then we look to just hold on to these wide receivers at the bottom end here, outside of Shakir and Lazard, where we're dropping them for running back pickups. And you know what I would actually probably do? After we see the passing volume that you have in this offense, I would personally probably drop Josh Downs and go pick up Jordan Addison, where I'm just more confident with the passing volume that you're going to have with Sam Darnold than I am with Anthony Richardson at this point. And I would also most likely drop Keenan Allen and actually go through and pick up Rome Odunze, where I understand that Keenan may project to be a slightly better option in the short term here. But in terms of who I'm expecting to get better coming out of the bye and continue to improve his role, for me, that would actually be the guy that is the top 10 pick attached to the other rookie option here. So I think Rome's going to get better as the season goes on as well. So really the only thing that I think this team does, I don't think that you are looking to go ahead and make too many moves. It's just a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I just think we need to look to pivot off of some of these options that don't have a ton of upside at the very bottom end. I think we drop Lazard. I'm sorry, we drop Wandale. We don't drop Keenan. We drop Lazard, Shakir, Downs, Wandale Robinson. We pick up Rome Odunze, Jordan Addison, Travis Etienne, and Tyler Algier. And then we're rolling with that as is. Roll with Evan Ingram here. No issue whatsoever. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way, of course. Thank you for being a member of the flock. And yeah, there should just be great options here in that 10-team league where you want to start 2 receivers in a flex. I want to be chasing the highest upside we possibly can at the bottom end of the team. But thank you again. Appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, Jay Willis coming out says, I have Breece, Saquon, Mixon, Madison, Bigsby, Bucky. I need to trade for a wide receiver. What are your thoughts? I think Bigsby's the clear sell high candidate. In terms of guys that you could realistically expect some value for, I don't think you're going to... I mean, if Bucky crushes tonight, maybe, but Bigsby coming off a great game where pretty much everybody watched it being the Island game. 1 reception so far this season. Possibility that Etienne does come back in. I really hope I'm wrong. I invested significantly into Bigsby here. But I am a little bit concerned about what you could possibly have in the long term, especially in a full PPR format. But let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from CJ. Says, does this move make sense for me considering my roster and league settings? Anything you like more? Oh, this move makes so much sense. Give me Tyreek Hill well over Zay Flowers. Give me Deontay Johnson over Tank Bigsby. Like for the Jay Willis question, this is another great example of, like, if I'm looking at, say, Bigsby to Deontay Johnson. I think Deontay, we've seen the consistent volume for. Both are in bad offenses. But the Deontay role's a little bit safer. And like, what's going to change here? Is it like we're expecting Leggett at this point to turn into the wide receiver one? Probably not happening. Where, I mean, even if you end up, say, with Travis Etienne coming back in, not even being the RB1 here, just being a committee back, then at that point, Bigsby's not startable in a 3-man running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the league. And I know the Jags offense looked good this past week against New England, but it was against New England. Okay, let me go ahead and refresh this, see if we have any more questions on the site to go through. So it looks like we have about 10 more questions on the site or so. So if you got in your question, should be answered very, very quickly. Obviously, if you wanted to ask any questions over there on flockfantasy.com, you can go over to the link in the live chats that says ask a question here, or you can hit the button in the top right corner of the site that says expert advice. There you can send in a team review, ask a trade question, ask a start sit question, or send in a super message, whatever you are wanting to do. If you wanted that team review, again, I'd recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. You can find that link as well in the live chat and description. But if you're wanting that free team review with this promo, just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's see. Johnny says, Mason, it's been a few days. Still haven't gotten the free team review voucher. I've done everything. If you still haven't gotten your free team review voucher, please just email me, masondodd@flockfantasy.com. That way I can go through, I can look up your email. I will reiterate, you do need to make the $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. You need to make the $10 deposit, and then the following day, Underdog is going to be sending me the email address of everybody who signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, made a $10 deposit, and then we'll go ahead and that morning we'll give you that free team review voucher. So yeah, if you made your $10 deposit, please shoot me an email at mason.flockfantasy.com. Now, Kier Baca says, hey, Mason, I'm going 4-3 after this week. I got offered this. Pacheco's on my IR. Any advice or counter? Okay. Mahomes to Burrow, clear upgrade. Hunt to Moss, clear downgrade. Laporta to Freiermuth, downgrade. Zamir to Rome, upgrade. Best player in the deal probably is either Burrow or Hunt. What I would look to do here is I'd still rather have Laporta over Freiermuth the rest of season. If we could keep Laporta and have them keep Freiermuth, then I'll take the Burrow side. Because, I mean, there should be a decent little gap here rest of season from Mahomes and Burrow. And the thing with Hunt is, while obviously Hunt looks like he's going to be running laps around Zach Moss, from a production perspective, there is still the outside chance that Pacheco does come back this season for the fantasy football playoffs and kind of evaporate Kareem Hunt's use. So it is a tough spot. Now, Julian coming out says, 3-4, 12-team PPR, 2 receivers, 1 flex. I traded Jacobs and Javonte for Achane, and now I have no flex with Aiyuk out. And also you have DK Metcalf out as well. So honestly, post DK Metcalf injury, I think that you are in a pretty good spot. Just go ahead and take the Swift and Amari side here if you really need some depth. My hesitation with this is Swift is going to have a really tough spot rest of season if you were looking at the schedule he's going to be playing. I still think you go Swift and Amari, especially with the DK Metcalf knee injury, especially if you dealt with the Aiyuk ACL tear. Okay, let's move this over. Sukiyomi coming out with a trade question. This is Mixon and Flowers versus AJ Brown. I would probably prefer the Mixon and Flowers side of this. I don't know if there's a massive difference between Mixon and AJ Brown here rest of season. I mean, if I was trading Mixon for AJ Brown, I think I'd be doing so as a 1-for-1 swap. I don't know if I want to be including Flowers. And if I'm including someone, probably a lesser wide receiver than Flowers as well. It's not a linked team, so I can't see exactly what it is. I mean, you can make this deal. I just think that we're paying a premium here, to be honest. Now, Buddy coming out of the trade question. This is James Cook, DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas for Barkley and Harrison. Thomas to Harrison, not a big gap. DK Metcalf, James Cook to Saquon Barkley, especially post-Metcalf injury, where I think Barkley, personally for me, is the best asset in fantasy football. I would go ahead. I would take the Saquon Barkley and Marvin Harrison side. Now, Donnie coming out with a team. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Going to be excited to check this out for you. This is the second team with this league analyzer. So this is a very different fantasy football league than the leagues I make the videos for, than the leagues I typically make advice for. This is a 6-team format. So in a 6-team format, you really need to go through and optimize for 2-for-1 deals, 3-for-1 deals to get upgrades inside the starting lineup, because there should be phenomenal options over there on the waiver wire, and it should be almost impossible for us to drop anybody. Like, looking at this, the worst running back on your team is Chase Brown. The worst wide receiver on your team is Deontay Johnson. So there is almost no scenario in which we can go through and we can say that it makes a lot of sense for us to trade Saquon Barkley and get a lesser running back, but an additional wide receiver starter. You're just simply never looking to make a move like that. Almost every trade that we make in this league is we are wanting to trade a wide receiver like DJ Moore to go get an upgrade elsewhere. So looking at this, Josh Allen in a 12-team format, I am freaking pumped to have him as my QB. In a six-team league, it doesn't matter. He's an average QB1. Going over to running back, we're looking at Barkley. I'd be excited about Barkley as my RB1 regardless of how many teams are in it. We have HN. HN's a low-end RB2 in a 6-team league. We have Cook. We have Connor. We have Chase Brown. I would love to take one of these running back depth pieces if possible, like James Conner, that has a cap ceiling here. That's not really going to catch the ball. And if we could sell, say, the combo of James Conner and a 2-for-1 deal with Stephon Diggs to pivot over to a wide receiver with a higher ceiling, I would 100% want to do that. And then backfill off the waiver wire with somebody like Nick Chubb. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Diggs, DJ Moore, Puka Nacua, T. Higgins, Amari, Deontay Johnson. So these guys like Deontay Johnson, T. Higgins are just simply never going to hit our starting lineup. So if we could potentially sell, say, like T. Higgins and a running back that probably won't hit our starting lineup either, such as, I don't know, Chase Brown, and go trade for an injured player that could give us the elite ceiling down the stretch, such as McCaffrey, let's do it. Because then you're able to backfill and you're able to go through and just pick up Jalen Waddle off the waiver wire for free. And then same thing here, if we could go through and sell like Deontay Johnson and Kelsey, where Deontay Johnson's the worst wide receiver in this league, on our team, and we could just go ahead and pivot over and pick up George Pickens for free. If we can sell Deontay Johnson and Travis Kelsey and go get George Kittle, let's do it. And also, I would personally drop Dak Prescott and pick up Jordan Love. But I think that's all I would do. Obviously, 6-team leagues, there aren't much to them. I would definitely recommend if you're going to be in a 6-team league next year to make it where there are a bunch of flex spots. So the depth does matter at least a little bit. But with how this is set up, just every 2-for-1 deal, every 3-for-1 deal you can make. And then we can just churn the options on the waiver wire. That's personally what I would be looking to do. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you. And I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo as well. Now moving over to our Red says, I have Tyreek, Neighbors, and McLaurin for wide receiver. Running back, we have Gibbs, Mixon, Achane. Love you, Mason. Much love, my friend. I know you've been out here with us for a very long time. Going from London to Chase, upgrade. Neither player through their bye. Going from Higgins to Deebo, pretty big upgrade here as well, post Aiyuk injury. We're paying Rico Dowdle to get it done. We have plenty of running back production. So honestly, yeah, I think this does make a lot of sense. I think we just go ahead and we get Deebo Samuel and Jamar Chase here. Now, M. Quebeca coming out. This is Achane versus Tyreek. Obviously, both players should get the bump with Tua coming back in. I'd expect that Tyreek's going to be getting a larger bump. We have seen just a massive sample size of Tyreek being an elite receiver in fantasy, where we have seen a much smaller sample size of Achane being that high-end RB1. So I still think both are RB1, wide receiver 1 options. But looking at Tyreek Hill, this is a player that I think it's very easy to project him to be a top 3 player if we get Tua back in, and neither are startable without Tua anyway. So you're taking on the same risk kind of with both options. Now going over to what we have with our next deal. This next one coming out from AJ Fine. This is a 10-team, 2-quarterback format. We have Jamar Godwin, Aaron Jones, Mason, Chase Brown, and Etienne. So Tyreek to Brees, massive upgrade. Hawkinson to Braylon Allen. While I don't necessarily know who we have at tight ends, the team's not linked. Tyreek to Brees isn't a massive upgrade, but I still think you're just taking absolutely no risk with Brees, where you still do have the risk with Tyreek, where we're expecting that Tua is going to be back in, but it's just not necessarily an absolute guarantee. So I think I would go ahead. I think I would take the Brees and Allen side until we get the guarantee, like you actually see Tua on the field. Then at that point, you can make an argument for the Tyreek end, which obviously would be too late, but still. But let me move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them below. I'd be happy to try to answer as many as we possibly can here. Santana says, how do we get our questions answered? If you have a question right now, just drop it in the chat. Marcus has never seen so much hate for a 500 team in my entire life. Meanwhile, everyone is hyped about the 2-5 Jets. What 500 team are you talking about so much hate for? And I don't see anybody personally super hyped about the Jets. I almost see the exact opposite. Everybody clowning on the Jets, which, I mean, they deserve to be clowned on for sure. I'm not saying they don't. But would be interested to see what 500 team has much hate. Michael says, is Kelsey a sell right now? I mean, I have Kelsey tight end 4 rest of season. Obviously, if we can go back into time machine where I thought he was tight end 1, as well as a lot of other people thought he was tight end 1 overall post Rashee Rice injury, and Kelsey absolutely crushed in those 2 weeks, then maybe it's a sell high at that cost. But specifically here, where this is now a situation in which, I don't know, he's coming off a really bad week where I don't see too much excitement about him. I don't know. I mean, you can try to sell him. Like, I'd rather have McBride. I'd rather have Bowers. I'd rather have Kittle, but I don't think I'm like super unique in that. Elijah says more in Amari for Tyreek. With the word of Tua back at practice this week, I think this is very easily the Tua side. I'm sorry, the Tyreek side. I mean, Amari should definitely be better going into the future. Obviously, he didn't play many snaps, and he still came in with the touchdown. Still a great game for the Bills. But in the future, I think Amari will be even better than he was. But I don't know if he's getting up to being an elite wide receiver 1 in fantasy. I don't think he's anywhere close to Tyreek level, even if he plays 100% of the snaps in this offense. World Watch says, thoughts on Tony Pollard? Are you selling? I mean, it's similar to like the Travis Kelce situation. If you sold last week, congrats. Now coming off a disappointing week where everybody got to see how bad the Titans looked, probably a little too late. I mean, we can try. I think Pollard's still probably like a mid to low end RB2, just based off of volume, especially while you have no Spears. But the issue and why we've had Pollard as a sell-high candidate in the past is it's everything to do with what you specifically have with the cap ceiling in this offense. I mean, we saw it last week as well, where sportsbooks had the Tennessee Titans as the worst offense in the NFL with what they are projecting. PJ Nasty says, I have London, Deebo, Cup, Nico. Which one to trade? Depends with your exact team. Depends your exact league and your situation. If you're sitting here at 2-5, probably got to sell Nico. If you're sitting at 5-2, definitely going to be holding on to Nico and instead maybe selling the guy that has all the positive news right now that people will be super excited about. Maybe going through and looking at moving on from Deebo Samuel. Obviously, Deebo's very exciting with the Brandon Aiyuk news. But at the same time, you're saying we don't particularly need the wide receiver. And that's going to be the guy that has a ton of trade interest right now. You probably could get a ridiculous running back in return. But like I said, if you're 2-5, you're not wanting to sell Deebo. You're needing Deebo's production right now. And instead, you're probably looking to go through and you're probably looking to sell Nico. But real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. It looks like just about 5% of y'all have hit that like button. If you have not done so already, don't know what you're waiting for. We're live streaming for 5 hours every single day, trying to answer as many of your questions as we possibly can. Okay. STX says, I'm going to beat you in Best Ball Mania. Just saying, Mason. Let's pull this up. I don't want to talk about this too much during the season. Obviously, we don't talk much best ball during the season. But my underdog teams are going nuclear right now. I think a lot of this has to do with, obviously, Bigsby being my third most drafted running back. But can y'all take a guess how many Best Ball Mania teams I'm advancing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Take a guess on how many Best Ball Mania teams I'm advancing. Keep in mind the average expected, which I maxed out, so 150 teams I drafted. There are 2 spots that advance in every league. So on average, I should have 25 teams advancing. How many teams do you think we got advancing? 23, 13, ACRs to 69. Oh, if I had that many, I'd be talking about nonstop. 6, 40, 17. Michael gets it. As of right now, I'm advancing 38 Best Ball Mania teams. Now, is it as good as it was 2 years ago when I almost advanced 50? No. Sadly, I don't think anybody will ever be able to repeat the season that we had 2 years ago. But your boy is back crushing the best ball streets, which, like I said, I mean, you can look at it. Over a large sample, advance rates, multiple tournament wins. Show me something. Show me a streamer with better success on live streams. I've won a tournament on a live stream for 100,000. I freaking won. The Bulldog 2 made a video breaking it down immediately after I drafted the team because it was a slow draft, so I didn't get to do it on a stream. And won 20K with that bad boy. Drafted a 16th place Best Ball Mania team for 10,000 on live stream. That freaking dude. Come on. Clubby, you go, if you wanted to check out your underdog teams, you go to the live. You don't go to completed. You go to the live tab, Best Ball NFL. Okay. Now, let's move over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have on the site. We don't have many questions on the site at all right now, so if you get your question in, should be answered very quickly. Obviously, if you wanted to send in a question, you could always hit the link in the live chat that says, ask a question here. Or you can go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a team review, whatever you are wanting. I would recommend, if you wanted that team review, to go through Underdog Fantasy and use our promo, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is also the link in the live chat, and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way, I'm able to go ahead and credit you with your free team review voucher. But let's move this over. Our next question is going to be a team review coming out from Jack M. Barak, a longtime member of the flock. Let me go ahead and hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here as well. Thank you so much, of course, for being a member of the flock. Excited to check this out. But we need some advice currently 3-4 after this week because of bye weeks and injuries. Are there any moves that we should look to make? Our team name is BIP. We are currently 3rd in the league analyzer. So we are one of the best teams in this league. Going through and looking at what we have, it is a 10-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, wide receiver depth's going to matter just a little bit more. But 10-team league as well, options on the waiver wire should be pretty damn strong. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we have the combo of Caleb Williams and Anthony Richardson. Quarterbacks on the waiver wire like Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins. I think at this point, I could pretty safely say that I'd rather have somebody like Jared Goff over Anthony Richardson. So I'd probably drop A-Rich, pick up Goff if possible. And then in terms of what we are doing at running back, we are looking currently at Jahmyr Gibbs, Tony Pollard, Chase Brown, Najee, and Tracy. So we are going to need to move Tracy up our running back rankings, as it does look like Tracy is actually potentially taking over as the starting back this week, which in comparison, Devin Singletary is fading out into the background. Going over to wide receiver, you're currently rolling with Lamb, Aiyuk, both as top 5 options. I mean, in my mind, top 3 options rest of season. It's a league in which you can start 4 receivers weekly, so wide receiver depth does matter here. We have Keenan Addison as the depth pieces. We have Juju and Rashee Rice. I think it's an easy spot at this point to say that we want to go ahead and we do want to be dropping Juju Smith-Schuster. Obviously, Rice is a drop if he's not on our IR, but I'm assuming he's on the IR, so it doesn't really matter. But we drop Juju, and instead we go ahead and we actually pick up Christian Kirk. Obviously, not super excited about Kirk. Evan Ingram eating into his target share. And at the same time, it's just an offense that's not going to have a lot of passing volume in general. But I would still prefer Kirk over Juju Smith-Schuster, who is currently banged up. Going over to tight end, David Njoku is a tight end 1 at this point. So overall, I think it's a very strong team. In terms of us going through and looking to make any trades, I don't see a ton of moves that would make a lot of sense here. I think the main thing that we are probably wanting to do is just cycle through some of these depth options with the waiver wire. Obviously, if TJ Hawkinson comes out and TJ Hawkinson crushes this week, then you're able to potentially explore selling David Njoku and Caleb, or Hawkinson and, say, Goff, if we picked up Goff off the waiver wire, and see if we can go get to a really exciting QB. How things sit right now, that's probably not going to be a possibility, just given the fact that we don't know about Hawkinson yet. I mean, I don't think really anybody's paying anything for Hawkinson either. So I think we have a really strong team. Obviously, Rashee Rice isn't on the IR. We drop Rice. If he is, we drop Juju. You pick up Christian Kirk. We're going to drop Anthony Richardson. We're going to pick up Jared Goff. When Hawkinson is fully good to go, we'll go ahead and we'll look to potentially trade a tight ends with a quarterback to see if we can get to an elite level QB. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else we could potentially do with this roster. I don't really think so. I think we're probably rolling as is. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think it'd be smart to sell a receiver. But since you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, I think we're kind of chilling as is. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I wish I had more for you. I did credit your account with the free team review voucher as well as the free trade question. So if you had anything else additional that you wanted to ask about this team, don't hesitate to send it over. But yeah, I think the team should be much better going into the future here. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way and really hope you're able to get something from this. But let's move this over to Gavin. Says, hey, Mason, should I sell Stroud now or wait until Nico comes back? Appreciate the help. Thanks. Thank you. It depends on the scenario that you're in. I would say selling CJ Stroud this week in particular probably is going to be close to impossible. Now, in terms of waiting exactly until you end up getting Nico Collins back in, I understand the thought process, thinking that maybe at that point, somebody will be a little bit more excited to go through and trade for CJ Stroud, convincing themselves that there's going to be more passing volume in this offense. But realistically speaking, I don't think that the average fantasy football player works like that. I think that they will actually need to see the production before they're willing to go through and before they're willing to actually make that move with you. So for what I would look to do is I would probably just be holding on to Stroud right now, as I personally don't think you're really going to be getting anything for him. Now, obviously, you can put out some feelers. Maybe I'm wrong here. But just in my experience, I don't really know if we can expect a lot. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sticking with us for so damn long now. Now, Apple coming out with a start set. So, say, Mason, love your videos. Been crushing this season. Have so much talent. Could you help me? 100%. A running back this week, I think Gibbs and Walker are going to be must-start names. Obviously, Achane will be much more appealing if we end up getting to a back end. Going over to wide receiver, we're just going to be plugging and playing Neighbors. If Tua's back in, I think we're going to be putting Devon Achane in the flex. If Tua's not back in, maybe Marvin Harrison could be appealing based off what he does tonight, but we are going to have to see what that does turn out to. But I think more likely than not, you're probably going to go ahead and you're probably going to be playing Achane. But yeah, that's a phenomenal team. Now, let's go ahead and let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Bank, always out in these live streams. Excited to dive into this for you. Here we're trading away Etienne and Reed and getting back in Marvin Harrison Jr. and Cole Kmet. So going from Reed to Harrison, I do think that personally for me, that is still an upgrade if we're looking at long-term upside. Clearly, Reed has been better so far this season. I just don't know if that's going to be the case forever here. And going over to what you have with Travis Etienne to Cole Kmet, I think it kind of comes down to your team. So, I mean, I think that this is a fair deal. I think you can kind of do whatever you are wanting. For me, personally, I think I'd probably prefer just going through and holding on to the Etienne and Jaden Reed side. I think you're going to have a little more value here unless you're desperate at tight end. Actually, we have Cole Kmet, Cade Otton. So if you end up getting, say, an absolute dud from Cade Otton and we end up getting some bad, it's just way too early to do this deal until we see what happens with Harrison tonight. If Harrison comes out and looks like a wide receiver one, go with the Harrison side. If he doesn't, Reed's been better so far this season. I think that Cole Kmet could see some regression as well. So it's a very tough trade. I do think that's going to be up to you. And honestly, up to what we get with Harrison in tonight's game. Can everybody spam the chats? Would y'all rather have Reed and Etienne, or would you rather have Harrison and Kmet? Please spam the live chat. Would you rather have Jaden Reed and Travis Etienne, or would you rather have Marvin Harrison and Cole Kmet? We got Harrison, Reed, Harrison, Reed. Harrison, Reed. It does look like most people are on the Harrison side. I mean, if you are just following my rankings one for one, I have Harrison ranked at 34 overall, Reed ranked at 46 overall, Kmet at 87 overall, Etienne at 90 overall. So I have them ranked at him as well. I think it's just very tough to make this deal until we actually see what Harrison looks like tonight. Josh says we got Deebo news. I'll pull up, see if I can find anything regarding Deebo Samuel here. Let's go over to Twitter. God, your boy is hungry. Deebo Samuel dealing with pneumonia. What's the timeline on this? Can somebody says Deebo's in the hospital. At least a week. Is anybody here a doctor and knows what this is gonna lead to? Pneumonia timeline. Okay, let's pull this up. We got the AI overview here on Google. See what they got for us. The timeline for recovering from pneumonia depends on the severity of the case, but there are a few general guidelines. 1 week, fever should be gone. 4 weeks, chest should feel better and mucus production should decrease. 6 weeks, coughing should decrease and breathing should be easier. 6 weeks in, breathing should be easier? Three months, most systems should be gone, but fatigue may linger. 6 months, most people feel back to normal, but it may take longer for some. What the hell? We got Deebo lungs here. We're chilling. Give us 3 weeks. So you're telling me Deebo Samuel sounds like he's not just missing 1 week. It sounds like Deebo's going to miss a couple weeks here. It doesn't sound like Deebo is good to go this night. Aiyuk and Jennings to the freaking moon. Like, dear God, let's go over and let's update the rankings. If we're going to have no Deebo and no Aiyuk, I mean, I thought freaking, I was telling people to cut Jennings last week. Go, no, you got Ricky back in. You have Deebo, you have Aiyuk, you have Kittle. Jennings is the 4th, 5th best option in this offense. And dear God, I am not a doctor. I'm an idiot. I'm telling him I'm going to be moving Deebo Samuel that far down my rankings. But like, I would at least rather have Nico Collins over Deebo Samuel at this point, right? So, I mean, if you're looking at Deebo, if Deebo's missing a week, Deebo's missing 2 weeks, Nico's missing 2 weeks. I'd rather have Nico when they're both fully healthy. Obviously, I'm not moving Deebo Samuel much further than this. Maybe there's a chance he only misses a week here. Somebody says Deebo's hospitalized. This is what's fun in the chat. Somebody's screaming, he's day-to-day, Mason. Somebody's screaming, he's hospitalized. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Let me search Deebo Samuel, see if there's any additional info. Yeah, Shefty comes out. More 49ers woes. Deebo Samuel has been hospitalized due to pneumonia and fluid in his lungs. There's no timeline for his return. People screaming at me in the chat saying that he is day to day. Well, where the hell are you getting that from? This is a brutal spot. I am for sure now dropping Brock Purdy in the Flock League. Looking at my rest of season ranks here, I had Purdy post. I mean, if Tua comes back this week, I'd rather have Geno and Tua over Purdy. I mean, we already dropped Purdy a ton with the Aiyuk news. I think you have to drop him even more with this. Yeah, Purdy is not startable at this point. Let's go ahead and let's update. Like Deebo, spam the chat. Would you rather have Deebo Samuel or Garrett Wilson? Deebo Samuel or Garrett Wilson rest of season? Please let me know in the live chat. Deebo, Wilson, 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 Wilson. Wilson, Wilson, Deebo, Deebo. Deebo, Wilson, Deebo, Wilson, Deebo, Wilson, Wilson, Deebo. I'd probably rather have Wilson, to be honest. Especially, I mean, if you think, hell, if you're a 2-5 team, you're a 3-4 team, you need wins right now. Sounds like there's a very low probability that you're getting back in Deebo this week at the minimum. And yeah, I think the upside of Jennings, I'd rather have Jennings over Wan'Dale. I'd rather have Ricky Pearsall over Wan'Dale as well now. Hell, I'd rather have Jennings over Pittman. I think Jennings goes to now, like this week, if you have no Deebo and you have no Aiyuk and Kittle's banged up as well, Jennings will be somebody that's a top 20, will be top 30 in my rankings for this week. Obviously, rest of season, I don't want to sit here and overreact because rest of season, you may be in a spot in which Deebo does come back. Sticky Ricky expands his role. Kittle's here and Jennings the wide receiver 3 in this offense. So I don't want to move him up over Jordan Addison rest of season at this point. But we're going to put Jennings at 41, Sticky Ricky 43. And obviously we can continue to update these as we get more information. I mean, it seems like there's just more and more coming out by the second. Let me look at the updated standings with the My Teams page in the Flock League here. We submitted that. I'm going to be looking at specifically my set of values. So my set of values, Austin, who was Cashman in week 7, does drop a bit in comparison to where he was previously because the Deebo fall. I don't really move. I'm still here stuck in the middle at 6, even though if I have Sticky Ricky coming up. And is Juwan Jennings available in the Flock League? He is not. Who picked up Jennings? Because I thought he was dropped in the Flock League. Maybe he wasn't. Yeah, it looks like he was never dropped. RIP Niners. The Niners projected, according to sportsbooks this year, to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And they've lost CMC, Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel, their first round wide receiver in Ricky Pearsall. George Kittle's missed time. How Deebo Samuel missed time before this. This is just a brutal, brutal spot. So, I'm sorry if you're a Niners fan. If Ricky Pearsall or Juwan Jennings are on your waiver wire, absolute must-add options this week. To be honest with you, I haven't recorded the waiver wire video for tomorrow just yet. I was going to do it during the game tonight. And I had texted my editor going like, oh, the waiver wire is super boring this week. I have no idea who the hell we can even say to pick up. I was planning on just making a waiver wire video and saying, hey, don't pick up anybody. This guy's a bum. This guy's a bum. This guy's a bum. This guy's a bum. But now all of a sudden it looks like the waiver wire could be important. If you have the Niners guys, now obviously going over in the Flock League, our waiver wire still kind of looks like garbage because I picked up Ricky Pearsall before all this. And I guess Jennings was already rostered. But Let's move this over. And obviously, if y'all wanted to use this to see your best waiver wire options in your league or see updated league power rankings, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. Go to the My Teams page. It's completely free for you if you wanted to do it. You're going to add new. If you play on Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo, you can go ahead and link your fantasy football team with flockfantasy.com. And what's cool about this is not only do you get to see the updated power standings, which is already really cool, and you can see what team's best at running back, what team's best at quarterback, et cetera, but also you actually get a much better view of the actual best waiver wire options in your league according to rest of season rankings, rather than how ESPN and Yahoo and Sleeper do it really weird, where they do it based off like projections that week, which really isn't how you should be attacking your waiver wire. So I would definitely recommend linking your team with the site if you haven't already. It's completely free. And obviously, if you wanted to ask a question to get answered in one of these live streams, that will cost money, but you could always do it over there with the expert advice button in the top right corner. There you can send a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a full-blown team review. You can find that link also in the live chat if you were wanting to ask a question. If you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, or if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting the free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night, which you can find that link in the live chat as well as the description. But let's move this over to our next question. We already answered this one for Bank. We're going to go with Harrison and Komet side. This next question coming out from Gonzalerados, something like that. Let's move this over. I see somebody says there's an additional update with Deebo Samuel. I'll pull up the additional update that we have real quick. I see somebody saying he's day-to-day. I read, his lungs are filled with fluid and he is currently hospitalized. For me, obviously, I'm no doctor, but I don't see how that translates to he's day-to-day. Looking at the Underdog Twitter. McCaffrey, unlikely to practice this week. Return in week 10 is possible. Deebo's considered day. For me, I don't think this matters. I could be wrong, but from the other stuff we read, I don't think that matters. And yeah, going over to this, like we said, Harrison and Komet are the options. Now, Gonzalerados coming out with our next question. This is Reed and Montgomery versus Saquon Barkley. Very easily, Saquon Barkley. I mean, this is the exact kind of trade that we recommended when we said to go through and sell high on David Montgomery last week, pivoting over to the running back that gets you the 3-down usage, that obviously has the rushing touchdowns as well. I think Barkley is just in a completely different tier than David Montgomery at this point. I think it's kind of a no-brainer deal. Now, next question coming out from Steve says, up by 10, opponent has Lamar, start Flowers or Dobbins, full PPR formats. I'm going to go ahead. This is actually a very interesting question. The issue is other quarterbacks that aren't going to give you the rushing upside, they're way more correlated with their top wide receivers. Like, you're going to have a hard time for like Joe Burrow to go out there and absolutely crush without Jamar Chase or T. Higgins doing well. But Zay Flowers isn't as correlated to Lamar Jackson, where we have seen some of these games where, I mean, you just have an absolute monstrous performance from Lamar where Flowers doesn't even get involved, given the fact that Lamar can do it on the ground. So for me personally, I think I actually don't view like Flowers as a blocker to keep Lamar from getting the 10 extra points on us. I think I just go ahead and take the guy with the highest projection. I think we take Dobbins. Like, even going over and looking at the underdog picks that you have for tonight's game, I was very surprised to see this. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to go with the fewer 100 total yards on J.K. Dobbins, but he's up at like 100.5 total yards higher or lower, whereas like Derrick Henry's at 95.5 total yards higher or lower. Like, it's insane. Flowers at 65.5, but I think you're more likely to get the touchdown from Dobbins. So for me, I would go Dobbins over Flowers. It's an interesting question because obviously we're up by a 10 and our opponent has Lamar. But I think Lamar can still get there, and I don't think we completely block him by having Flowers in our lineup because of the rushing upside. Now, going over to our next question. Dylan Porter coming out. Here we are trading London, Jawan, and Olave for Lamb and Bub Meats. Bub is not worth the roster spot. You would cut him immediately. Looking at London versus Lamb, give me Lamb rest of season. Olave, Jawan are both interesting with how things have developed. Now, with that being said, am I super, super pumped to tell you to go through and to take the Lamb side? Probably not. Looking at the league settings here, it's a 12-team league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. We have Neighbors, St. Brown, and then Lamb. Running back, we have Bijan, CMC, Chubb, Jordan Mason, DeAndre Swift. So this is a tough deal. I think with certain teams, I want the left side here of getting London, who I think is a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. Olave, who I think can be a wide receiver too once Derek Carr is back in. And Juwan Jennings, who I think can be a top 24 receiver in the games that you potentially have no Aiyuk and no Deebo. But it's not like Deebo's out for the season here. I think we're actually going to go ahead and specifically with your team where you are a full-blown juggernaut, I will take the CeeDee Lamb side. Specifically because you have a monstrous squad. We're pairing up Lamb with guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins. So we have 4 top 10 wide receivers. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is a free team review for Granny's Cookies. This is one of the people that took advantage of the Underdog promo. Thank you. This is the 3rd team in the league analyzer saying not the best start. Any advice will be appreciated. Keep up the great work. Thank you. This is a Dynasty 1 quarterback. Let's see if this is a Dynasty league. How many guys are we rostering? This is a Dynasty 1 quarterback start 10, 12 team format. So this is a Dynasty league where the depth is going to matter a ton, particularly at the wide receiver position. This is equivalent to a start 11 super flex league, but obviously wide receiver is going to be making up an even higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So I think wide receiver depth is everything. Now the issue with this team is you are currently in a situation in which we're 2-4. I don't know what our record is at this point, but ultimately we're a team that is trailing off and maybe looking more like a long-term builds where we have a lot of short-term veteran pieces on it. Where if we're going to go through and if we're going to look at this team, Cooper Kupp will be less valuable this offseason than he is now in Dynasty. Terry McLaurin will be less valuable this offseason than he is now in Dynasty. DJ Moore will be less valuable now than he is this offseason than he is now in Dynasty. Aaron Jones, less valuable this offseason. They're all running backs outside of rookie options, potentially less valuable in the offseason than they are right now. So looking at what you have here with this team, we have a bunch of contending assets and we have a record which indicates that maybe we should be looking to rebuild. So it is the absolute toughest spot to be in. I think you really have to just be very serious with yourself and say like, oh, can I actually contend with this team? Going over to quarterback, posts, Aiyuk, Deebo injuries. Am I super excited to start Brock Purdy weekly? No, I'm not. Also looking at what we have with Justin Fields getting benched. Obviously, Russell Wilson comes out and gives a phenomenal real-life performance. a damn good fantasy performance as well, where you get the rushing touchdown. And at the same time, I mean, he's just slinging it, 37 points in Pittsburgh. Am I super excited to start Russ rest of season? No, I'm not. So quarterback, if we are wanting to contend, we're probably a little bit outkicked by the other teams. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Gibbs as well as Breece Hall. So, I mean, we are sitting here with two running backs rest of season that we can be very excited about, guys that will hold on to value going into 2025 as well. So this is a strong position to be in, specifically at the running back portion. We have Aaron Jones as a quality short-term piece. We have Chase Brown as an option that obviously looks great to help us to contend right this second, and at the same time could potentially improve as time goes on as well. Going over to wide receiver, Brian Thomas, super excited about in Dynasty from a redraft perspective, more so viewing him as, say, a wide receiver 2 rest of season. Obviously in Dynasty can be a little bit more than that. DJ Moore, another wide receiver 2. Kupp coming back in, wide receiver 1. Tyreek Hill, quality depth piece. So overall with this team, this is a roster that's good enough in my mind to actually contend right now. I don't think you're in a position in which you need to look to go through and shut this down and just play for the long term here. Because if you were to go through and if you were to make that long-term pivot, all of a sudden you're having to sell so many of these contending assets. Going over to tight end, we have the cornerstone piece with McBride, somebody we're able to build around in the short term, somebody that we're able to contend with, that we're able to build around in the long term as well. So really comfortable spot at running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Really the only hesitation that you have is if you were looking to contend right now, obviously not a great spot with what we have at quarterback, even if maybe you're excited about Purdy in the long term. So if I'm looking at this team, I think that you're in an interesting situation in which, while yes, we are currently sitting at 2-4, as long as we didn't fall to 2-5, I think that we should actually be looking to stay on course and stay contending. Now you are 2-4, so under no circumstance are you selling any future picks. I'd just be way too risky at this point. But if you wanted to potentially move off of somebody like Ricky Pearsall, now that he gets a massive bump to a team that's rebuilding, to see if we can pivot over to a quarterback that would really help us contend in the short term, that is something that you could look to do. Definitely not something that you need to do. And honestly, I think you just stick the course with the team as is. Don't make any dramatic changes. Don't go out there and all of a sudden pivot over to a hard rebuild just yet. I think once you get to 6 losses, if you don't have 4 wins at that point, then yes, we should start looking to sell off these guys like Kupp. But for now, I think the team's too good to shut it down, even if the record's not there. So I would be a little bit patient with it, but definitely don't be going out there and selling any future picks. With this being a team, obviously, that is currently 2-4, you do need to be a little bit more patient. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I would say most of the time I'm 2-4. I want to pivot over to a rebuild. We just simply can't be looking to do that here. But thank you again. Appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way again. But let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Zach the Saint. It says, I have a weak running back room, but concerned with a trade with Aiyuk's injury, want to get Brian Thomas Jr., but this was the counter. Kupp to Kyron, slight upgrade. Wilson to Olave, clear downgrade. Not the worst deal in the world. I think you are the one taking on the potential risk here with Olave. But yeah, if you needed a running back desperately, I could see you making this move. I would rather, actually, I don't even think you need to wait a week. The thing is, Olave is not going to be usable this week either, even if he does play. Carr won't. So I think you can make the deal if you were desperate for running back. But obviously, Wilson to Olave is a downgrade at this point, even with Adams over to the Jets. Now, Josh coming out with our next question. Says 1-6 full PBR. I'm kind of low on receivers. I've already accepted this trade, just seeing if we took an L. So 1-6, there's absolutely no reason why we should be going through and trading for Isaiah Pacheco. There's no guarantee that Pacheco comes back. If he does, it's probably for the fantasy football playoffs. And on a 1-6 team, we need to be thinking about this week, not the fantasy football playoffs. Now, with that being said, A.J. Brown to Malik Neighbors, slight downgrade. Why I don't like this on a 1-6 team in particular is we need to be thinking about the regular season, not the playoffs. And you already have A.J. Brown through his bye where Malik Neighbors isn't. DK Metcalf, I don't love trading for DK Metcalf, primarily because this is a spot in which Metcalf is potentially going to be out a couple weeks here. Like I said, long-term upside. But at the same time, you're in a situation in which we possibly can't afford going through and trading for long-term upside if the player is going to miss this next week. We fall to 1-7, RIP. Now, with all that being said, DeAndre Swift to Kyron Williams, Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams is such a large upgrade that I think the side that we got is the more valuable side. I think the Kyron, Neighbors, Metcalf, Pacheco side's worth significantly more than the A.J. Brown, Josh Jacobs, DeAndre Swift side of this. My hesitation with it is you are a 1-6 roster. If you are 1-6, you need to go through and you need to try to turn around and sell Pacheco for whatever you can get. You need to sell Metcalf for whatever you can get. But I mean, if you can get fair market value for them, I think the end result will probably be a good spot, but I'd way rather trade for these assets if I was sitting here and I was 5-2. Now, Eli Davis coming out with a massive dono says, reached out to the Aiyuk owner, and this is what we agreed upon. Massive W for me, right? Should I turn around and turn Jacobs into maybe another piece for an elite tier receiver or hold where I'm at? First off, really appreciate you. And yes, 100%, this is an absolute massive W. If you look at what you have with, say, Josh Jacobs going into the future, this is what we thought he would be. He's a 3-down running back in one of the better offenses in the NFL. Absolutely love having Jacobs here. Looking at the team that we are looking at this point, we have Breece, Jacobs, Taylor. Wide receiver, we have Jamar, Harrison, Worthy. I probably leave as is. Once we get Taylor back in, then maybe at that point, we could go through and look to make that pivot to the elite wide receiver. But I think you actually probably want to hold on to Josh Jacobs for the time being as we wait for, as we wait for us to get back in Taylor. But Ethan coming out with a big time dono. Thank you, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question as well. That way, if you have any additional questions about this team, you can send them my way. But those vouchers should be for me on flockfantasy.com. Don't have an expiration date either, at least for this season. Now, Wade says, where's my free review? I did Underdog with the same email. So if you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK and you made a $10 deposit and you set up the same email address on flockfantasy.com, you can find the link you can find the instructions in the description. Then you should get that free team review voucher. How it works is Underdog every single morning sends me the list of everybody who signed up with code FLOCK. That sends me the list of their email addresses that signed up with code FLOCK and made a $10 deposit. Then I send those email addresses over to one of the developers on flockfantasy.com. He accredits all those accounts that have a matching email address with with a free team review voucher. So if you just signed up to Underdog right this second, you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow morning, as long as you made that $10 deposit and as long as you went through and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. Now, you should get the Kyler Murray free pick immediately when you sign up with code FLOCK. And you should also get your 50% deposit bonus immediately. And obviously, if y'all wanted to take advantage of that promo, you're more than welcome to do it. Underdog Fantasy. You can find the link in the live chat that says free Kyler Murray pick. And hopefully it makes sense, the process we just described. But yeah, you can get that free team review voucher. But let's move this over and let's get this team review going for Ethan. Here, this is an NFL fantasy team. I'm sorry that you have to submit screenshots with NFL fantasy right now, my guy. I'm really hoping that in the future we can go through and we can link with NFL fantasy. That way you're not having to worry about this. But anyway, right now this is a league in which we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I believe. Let me just confirm. But yeah, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So really the depth isn't going to matter at all. The only thing that matters is getting the best potential players that you can at the very top. And just to go through and try to get a sense of the options that you're going to have on the waiver wire. I wish we had this linked up with the site. I know we can't link with NFL Fantasy right now, but it's just so much easier to see the best waiver wire options with how we have it set up. Because here it's just based off projections. But based off their projections, they have Romeo Doubs, Judy, Christian Watson as the best waiver wire pieces. So there should be solid wide receivers that you're always able to get off the waiver wire here. So definitely willing to sell wide receiver depth when we can. And going through and looking at this team, initially we can see this is an insane roster. Here we're currently rolling with Josh Allen. I mean, when we have Allen, we don't need a backup quarterback. Obviously, we'd be able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Going down to the bench, we don't have a backup QB, so great spot to be in. Going over to running back, we have my RB1 rest of season and my RB2 rest of season. We have the combo of Saquon Barkley and Kyren Williams. Absolutely love to see it. No hesitation with it whatsoever. I mean, obviously, I'd love to have an elite running back in the flex spot as well, if possible. Looking at who we have in the flex right now, we have Deebo, which is just freaking nuts. Down there on the bench, we have Jordan Mason. I would say that if I was sitting with Jordan Mason as my running back, if Jordan Mason's on your bench, you go through and you sell Jordan Mason right now. The reason being is Jordan Mason's one of these backs that obviously is giving you production in the short term at a very high clip. But the issue is you have an expiration date. Like the second that McCaffrey comes back in, Jordan Mason's value goes to nothing. So if you need the Jordan Mason production, like if I had Jordan Mason in the Flock League, I would need it. And there's a 0% chance that I would look to go through and sell him. But specifically here, if your team's so good that Jordan Mason's on your bench, I think you should go through and see if we can get some value out of Jordan Mason in a 2-for-1 deal elsewhere. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Malik Neighbors, both top 6 wide receivers rest of season, especially as it looks like Tua may come in this next week. If he's not in this week, if he's not in this week, he'll probably be in next week. So regardless, phenomenal spot at receiver. Going down to the depth, we have Deebo Samuel. Also looks like potentially a top 10 wide receiver when healthy now with the Aiyuk injury. We can safely go ahead. We can cut Juju Smith-Schuster here. I would cut Juju, and I would probably be looking at somebody like Jerry Jeudy off the waiver wire. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We'd go Juwan Jennings off the waiver wire. Now that you're looking at the injury that you have for both Deebo Samuel as well as Brandon Aiyuk, I think that Jennings is that high upside pickup where we've already seen the crazy ceiling before, and now he's getting a solid opportunity share in this offense again. So I would drop Juju and go ahead and pick up Jennings. I think Ty Chandler is somebody that I would look to drop as well. I'd imagine that you should have a better waiver wire option. The issue is if you are looking at Chandler, this is a running back that obviously just has handcuff appeal with Aaron Jones. But even now at this point, I think that we could say, well, if you were to have an Aaron Jones injury, what probably ends up happening here is you probably get a I don't know, a split between Akers and Chandler, where Chandler's still not startable on this team. So if you have somebody like Braylon Allen, if you have somebody like Tyler Algier over there on the waiver wire for you, I'd way rather go through. I'd way rather pick up a running back like that I believe can be a top end handcuff piece. Going over to tight ends, we have Bowers. Bowers looks to be a top 3 tight end rest of season, especially post Devontae Adams deal. So this is a nutso team. Like I said, I think we probably cut Juju. I think you probably cut Ty Chandler. The only other thing that I would possibly consider is trading away Jordan Mason in a 2-for-1 deal with an option inside the starting lineup. But I also hooked you up with that that free start sit question and that free trade question. So if you had any additional questions to send my way, be happy to get them done for you. But thank you again. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to Love Hurts. Love Hurts always out here. Says, should we trade Brian Thomas Jr. or Kupp for Kupp or Devontae Adams? Yes, you should. Also, Nick Chubb for Waddle, full BBR, much appreciated. Chubb for Waddle is going to be up to you. I have them ranked pretty much back-to-back in our rest of season ranks. I'm expecting that Waddle is somebody that we can start with confidence once Tua is back in, which I'm expecting Tua comes back in this week or next week. So honestly, it is up to you on that call. But in terms of selling Brian Thomas Jr. for Cooper Kupp, yes, you do this right this second. Obviously, we had Brian Thomas Jr. as our top buy low candidate last week. I love Brian Thomas Jr. going into the future. But I mean, even with that being said, we have no path in this Jacksonville Jaguars offense to be a top 5 wide receiver rest of season. Where, I mean, Cooper Kupp had 21 targets week 1. Like, Cooper Kupp very easily could be that. So I think I would sell Brian Thomas Jr. for Kupp. Nick Chubb to Jalen Waddle will be up to you. But Michael Paz, a long-time member of the flock. Super excited to check this out. Thank you for sticking with us for so long. Let me hook you up with both a trade question and a start-sit question free voucher. So if you have any additional questions, you can send them my way for free. But anyway, looking at what we have with this squad, you're saying, looking to improve my running back room, made a couple 2-for-1 deals, and I feel like I have no depth. Is it time to make a 1-for-2 deal, which you normally advise against, or do you see any other way of obtaining a running back too? Much love, brother. I'll be in the stream. Much love. We'll be excited to check this out. So this is the Carolina Chupacabras. Believe we have looked at this team a couple times here. This is a team that's 3rd in the league analyzer. If you look at the league analyzer, it looks like the majority of teams are very close. This isn't a league that it looks like people don't know what they're doing. Maybe the only team that doesn't know what they're doing is down here at the bottom with Killa Hawks. So waiver wire options probably will be a little bit thinner to come by. But pulling this up, we currently have Jaden Daniels and Anthony Richardson. So a really tough spot where I think AR is droppable. Like, I may end up dropping him in the flock league this week. Now I probably end up dropping Purdy instead, given the injuries that we have in San Fran. But regardless, obviously we actually need to hold on to a backup quarterback here with the injury to Jaden Daniels, which kind of sucks. But I mean, hell, we were 4-2, so we're in a good spot. But anyway, looking at what you could potentially look to do. At running back, we lose Zach Moss, where Chase Brown takes over as the starter here. We have the depth of Charbonnet, Raheem Mostert, Dameon Pierce. Obviously, I know you're out here all the time. You know my plan A is if we can go through and if we can optimize the bottom end of the bench with some of these waiver wire moves, I would look to do so. So, I mean, I think you do have the upside potentially with somebody like Roshan Johnson, Trey Benson, where if we were to see an injury to one of these players, starters in front of them, then at that point, I think they can become almost must-start options. But the issue is, reasonably, who are we going to cut here? I think I would rather have... I need to move Dameon Pierce up my rankings. Because Dameon Pierce, RB76, is way too low considering the fact that they sell Akers. And Dameon Pierce is now the last guy standing, and he does look to be a premium handcuff back. The issue is, obviously, with the way that they use Dare, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name. He has all the third down usage, so Dameon Pierce would never get that, but we need to move Pierce up clearly. I mean, I'd rather have Pierce over Zamir, Deontay, Chandler, Jaleel, Akers, Wright. I'd rather Gibson. I'd probably put Dameon Pierce up here at about RB 56. And then depends on what Vidal does tonight. Maybe we can even move Pierce up higher. But I'd still rather have like Trey Benson over Dameon Pierce, as I don't see a path for Pierce to ever be startable without an injury to. And actually, I think you do this right now. If Trey Benson's on your waiver wire, I think you go pick him up right now just as a free agent. That way, if anything does happen to James Conner tonight's game, I mean, you could be looking at a league-winning option. Obviously, low probability, but I mean, it's just an absolute free call. So I would drop Dameon Pierce right now for Trey Benson. And then obviously, if you don't like what we see from Benson, and if James Conner stays healthy in this game, then at that point, you could potentially just go through and you could look to pivot back over to a different option. But yeah, in terms of dropping like a player from another position to pick up some additional running backs will be extremely difficult, knowing that wide receiver, who the hell can we drop? We can't drop Rome Odunze. Can't drop Jalen Waddle. We have A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Chris Godwin, Jalen Waddle, and Rome. Absolutely love this wide receiver room. I mean, hell, you're about to get Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle with a massive bump with Tua coming back in. So if we're going to be getting that bump from them respectively with Tua coming in, I don't want to change anything about this wide receiver room. Going over to what we have at tight end, we're currently sitting with Travis Kelce, top 5 tight end rest of season. So I 100% agree. I think that the main thing that we need to be trying to accomplish is we need to try to find a way to get a better running back too. I think the easiest way to get that better RB2 would be to sell somebody like A.J. Brown and maybe go through and get back another receiver and a running back. In reality, I think you have the luxury of sitting here at 4-2, even if we lost this week and we fall to 4-3. It's not like we're absolutely desperate here. And when we're going to get the bump with Tua coming back in, then at that point, that could make somebody like Chris Godwin a little expendable for our roster. So what I would rather do than just a 1-for-2 type deal here in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, when Tyreek and Waddle are viable again with Tua, I think I would actually look to go ahead and see if you could potentially just get a ton of value for Chris Godwin by potentially selling Godwin and Zach Moss to go get the best running back that we can there at RB2. For me, that would be preferable as opposed to selling Tyreek Hill or A.J. Brown and getting back a lesser receiver and an additional running back. I think you have the flexibility to play hardball and to hold on to the long-term value here, though, because we are a winning team with a winning record. I don't think you're desperate by any means. But again, I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Thank you again for being a member of the flock for so damn long now. Obviously, if you have any questions in the live chat, please drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to try to answer them right now. But also, I credit you with that free team review. I'm sorry, that free start sit question and that free trade question as well. So if you come across anything else with this, I'd be happy to answer you later in the week or later in the season, whenever you want. But yeah, thank you again for sticking with me for so damn long now. And again, if you have any additional questions, please drop them in the chat. Be happy to try to get to them. And also, we just hit 900 likes on this stream. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Looks like about 5% of y'all have done so. So thank you. Really do appreciate it. Now, Riley coming out with a question. Here says, I'm stacked at running backs with Saquon, Walker, JT, and we have Jefferson, Flowers, DJ Moore. Is this a no-brainer? Yeah, this is a no-brainer. I mean, if you're going to be getting Tyreek Hill here, Tyreek Hill, if Tua does come back this week, could potentially just be better than Jefferson straight up. Now, I'm going to rank Jefferson over Tyreek for the time being because at the end of the day, you are looking at an additional risk with Tyreek still that you just simply don't have with Jefferson. So I think you do need to be compensated if we are taking that risk. But I think you are being well compensated if you are getting somebody like Nico Collins here. So a very easy move in my mind. Now, Anthony coming out with the question says, I'm trying to upgrade my running back to stacked at wide receiver. Any other running back for these two? I would go ahead. I'd take Jahmyr Gibbs here relatively easily, especially with David Montgomery a little bit banged up. Yeah, I mean, I have James Conner in the flock league, and I have a couple wide receivers that are in the range of Harrison. Now, I would love to go through, and I'd love to make this pivot. Like, if I'm looking at what we have with, say, Marvin Harrison, I think he can be a wide receiver one here in the long term, but at the same time, like Gibbs is a mid RB1 no-brainer, and James Conner, you potentially have Trey Benson expanding the role later. Now, Dylan coming out with the start sit question. We're going to go with Goff at quarterback over Daniels. Obviously, expectation right now is that Jaden Daniels will be missing this next week. Running back, we're going to be going with Bijan and Jordan Mason. Wide receiver, London Neighbors are auto starts, as well as Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then for the tight end, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Bowers. Obviously, we would like to start Jennings if you have no Deebo, as well as no Aiyuk, but I just simply don't think you can here. But let's move this over to our next question. And it looks like we only have 7 questions in the queue. So if you wanted to get any questions on the site, they should be answered pretty much immediately. All you got to do is hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can go over to flockfantasy.com and hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. Or if you hit that expert advice button, it will take you to the team review, trade question, start sit question, or super message. And from that point, you can go ahead and ask anything you want to be answered in the live stream. And if you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, you're actually going to be getting a free Kyler Murray pick for tonight's game. You'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 as well. And you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog email. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this trade question over to Tanner. I got Kyron, Gibbs, Hunt, Chubb, Bigsby. I need a wide receiver. All I get is Lamb right now. 5-1, 12-team Superflex. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's dive into this. Going from Gibbs to A.J. Brown is a lateral move. Up to you. I have A.J. Brown ranked slightly higher, but depending on the time that Montgomery misses. I mean, if Montgomery misses a couple weeks, then at that point, I think you probably go with A.J. Brown. But obviously, just no guarantee or don't know what is going to be happening. So I think that I'd probably go with A.J. Brown over Gibbs. But if you're getting Josh Jacobs added on for just absolutely free, I think it probably makes Jacobs just the Jacobs and A.J. Brown side kind of the no-brainer side in this deal. So we're going to go with Josh Jacobs and A.J. Brown. Now, L. Chipson says, about to be 3-4, but worried about Garrett Wilson rest of season with the Devontae trade, so wanted to get a new receiver. This is an absolute no-brainer. I don't care what the record is. I don't care about the Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams situation. I don't care about any of that nonsense. If Travis Etienne comes back in Jacksonville and it turns into a running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the NFL, Tank Bigsby's not startable. If Jonathan Brooks comes into this offense in Carolina and it turns into a running back by committee in a bad offense, Chuba Hubbard may not be startable. Cooper Kupp had 21 targets the last time we saw him fully healthy. And Kupp is going to be good to go this week. So this is not even remotely close. This is the Cooper Kupp side. That's what you go with. Now, Shanenk coming out. This is a trade where we send Baker, Smith, Wilson versus Tyreek and Chubb. Baker looks like a top 10 quarterback, obviously, at this point. We have Baker Mayfield QB9 rest of season. Has been better than that so far this year. But in terms of Baker Mayfield versus streaming quarterbacks off the waiver wire like Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, when they're good matchups, I don't think that there's a massive, massive difference. Going from Devonta Smith to Nick Chubb, downgrade. But you're getting by far and away the best player here with Tyreek Hill. It's one of those trades where I'd have said, like, oh, no, you usually have to go with the Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith, Baker Mayfield side if we were looking 3 weeks ago. But here, now that Tua's coming back in, not only is Tua coming back in, but at the same time, Chubb is back. I think it's very easily the Tyreek Hill side. I think you have to go Tyreek. Now, going over to Steven says, hey, Mason, just wanted to see if you had any suggestions for me to solidify things that are moving towards the second half of the season / postseason. Thanks a lot and appreciate everything you do. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. We'll be excited to check this out. This is a Mustard on the Beat. Oh, pretty funny team name. And also thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo to get the free team review. This is the 4th team in the league analyzer. Right now we are behind Easy Pickens, the Diddler, and Burrow. It's a 12-team league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth does matter more. And pulling up what we have here, this is a roster where you actually have some pretty decent options on the waiver wire. Like Jake Ferguson is somehow on waivers in this league. I would absolutely love to pick up Ferguson. I understand that we have Kyle Pitts, but I think it's a super easy spot with the amount of wide receiver depth that we have. Even if Drake May looks exciting, for you to go through and for you to potentially move off of Demario Douglas and pick up Jake Ferguson. For me, I think that's a no-brainer. And then you can play the matchups going into the future or ride the hot hands between Ferguson and Pitts. Going over to quarterback, we have Kyler. Obviously, Kyler has been disappointing so far, but you do have the rushing upside. Not only do you have rushing upside, but now you do have Harrison and McBride fully healthy, which hasn't been the case all season. So I do think that Kyler could get a little bit better here as the year goes on, which sadly is the exact opposite of what has happened with Kyler Murray throughout his entire career effectively. But going over to running back, we have Bijan, solid RB1, Brian Robinson, solid RB2, DeAndre Swift, great RB2, and we have him at RB3. I think looking at Chuba Hubbard, this is a running back that obviously would be jamming into a flex spot, easily in all the games that you have no Jonathan Brooks. But it's not like you need the production of Chuba Hubbard right now. This is a team where we have a winning record. This is a team in which we have the top end production at running back. I'm sure you could find somebody in your league that really does need help with their running back depth. And if we could send them, say, Chuba Hubbard and one of our depth wide receiver pieces to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. Or maybe if you could send Chuba Hubbard with Kyler Murray to go get a legitimate top 3 QB, I think that would also be an absolute no-brainer. Going over to receiver, we have just a ton of wide receiver depth pieces. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think we'd have to be spazzing and selling as many wide receivers as we possibly can. However, with this being a league in which you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, I actually think that you're in a spot in which we don't need to be doing that. I think you have a great wide receiver core here. Like I said, I do think that there's really no reason for us to be rolling with Pacheco at the bottom of this roster, though. When you have Ferguson available, I definitely would drop Douglas for Ferguson. Sorry if we misspoke. I think I would drop Wandale for Jawan Jennings as well, but that's not as priority of a move as what we have specifically with the Demario Douglas for Jake Ferguson pivot. Like I said, I think that Chuba Hubbard is an expendable piece if you could get a ridiculous amount of value for Chuba from a team that really needed that production at the running back position. So for me personally, that is what I would be looking to do. Definitely not something that you need to, of course. But I really hope I was able to help you out. It's a great squad. I really appreciate you supporting the channel, of course, and thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. And of course, if you have any additional questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over to our next question. This next one coming out from BMass. This is a trade where we send, I need a receiver bad, and I was offered this trade. Any advice? I'm 2-4 and may end up being 2-5. Go get St. Brown. It sucks. Obviously, if CMC comes back, you lose this deal, but it doesn't matter. If you were 2-5, you can't be thinking long-term. You need to go get somebody that's going to help you right now. St. Brown is an upgrade over Devontae Adams right now. And at the same time, St. Brown's already been through his bye week as well, so you're going to get the extra game from him in comparison to what you would with Adams. So it sucks, but 2-5 team, you have no other option. You have to sell McCaffrey. I think it's a decent price. Now, Reed coming out with one of those free team reviews from the Underdog promo. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. Says, I feel like I'm lacking running backs with Dobbins soon to be not so useful. Why would Dobbins not be super useful? Are you saying that Dobbins is going to get hurt? Dobbins looks great right now. We're stacked at receivers. What trades could we make? Guaranteed playoffs week 15. So if it means it's a long-term play, that's okay. So this team is, what are you doing, Step Burrow? You're saying everybody goes to the playoffs because we're 2-4 right now. If everybody goes to the playoffs and you're just playing the regular season for seeding, then every move that you ever look to make is just for long-term upside. The only thing we're ever thinking about is the end of the year. First off, I absolutely hate that every team makes the playoffs because then it makes the regular season just simply not matter. But anyway, looking at this team with the perspective of, hey, we need production not right now. We need production long-term. Jaden Daniels obviously gives us a ton of long-term production. This is a non-PPR format as well. So non-PPR 8-team league. Everything that you want to be doing here is selling short-term wide receiver production and going to get a long-term upgrade at running back. That is the only thing that is interesting here, to be honest with you. Looking at the wide receiver room that we have, guys like Amari Cooper, Zay Flowers in a non-PPR league. In an 8-team formats will be absolute no-brainer sells. Where it's very simple. If you can take Amari and you can send Amari with Bijan Robinson and go get to Derrick Henry in a non-PPR format, that's what we do. If you can take Zay Flowers and go send Zay Flowers and Chuba Hubbard as somebody that you have to sell here. I mean, if we're only thinking about the fantasy football playoffs and the regular season doesn't matter at all, then, I mean, I would love to sell Zay Flowers and Chuba Hubbard to pivot over to a running back that we are excited about in the long term. Obviously, receiving usage doesn't matter that much here. And the thing is, if you're able to go through and if you're able to sell those depth receivers in those 2-for-1 deals with running backs, and you're able to go get RB upgrades, you're able to just go to the waiver wire and then all of a sudden pick up wide receivers for absolutely free. You're able to pick up Chris Olave for free. You're able to pick up Javonte Williams for free. So it's very boring. And I know that obviously there's we're not saying like too much with this, but just because I honestly don't think that the strategy is like super intense here. If it's an 8-team league where everybody makes the playoffs, non-PPR format, you sell every wide receiver you have, that's a depth piece, in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at the running back position. And we go ahead and we see if we can get those long-term running back upgrades for the very end of the season. Guys that have that upside in weeks 15, 16, 17. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, supporting the channel. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, I'm sorry if we didn't have a ton with that, but thank you for taking advantage of the Underdog promo as well. Antonio Camarda coming out with our next question says, what's up, Mason? We drafted A-Rich, and I think it's smart to have the Saquon Hurts handcuff. What are your thoughts? I don't view Saquon and Hurts like the handcuffs to each other. I know you're saying maybe with Hurts vulturing the rushing touchdowns. I honestly don't really care. I think that this is a spot in which I would just rather have Jalen Hurts. Like, I have Jalen Waddle in the flock league. I think Waddle's going to be a lot better now that Tua comes back. But Geno's like a streaming option at quarterback. And if you're able to go through and if you're able to pivot from like a streaming quarterback and Jalen Waddle to go get to an elite top 3 QB, then it's an absolute no-brainer. Go get Jalen Hurts. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Let's refresh this. Dawson, this is the last question that we have on the site. We'll pivot over and start answering some free chat questions right after this. Then obviously we can go back and see if any more are on the website. But Dawson says, more so a question for week 8 in the quarterback room going forward. This is a tough situation because week 8, Dak Prescott will be going up against the Niners. So let me pull some stuff up here with projections. To be honest with you, I don't even know who New England's going to be playing in week 8 yet. Week 8 implied team totals. But obviously, we just saw the Niners absolutely shut down Mahomes. Okay. I can't find that stuff yet. We're going to have to wait till after the game tonight. Let's go week 8 scores. Who is New England? Drake May is playing the Jets. We're still going to go with Dak over May. We go Dak over May, and you cut Justin Fields. Obviously, Fields has a lot of rushing upside. I think Fields probably would be our starter here if he was a starter for Pittsburgh. But it looks like there's no spot for us to go through and for us to say that, oh, they're going back to Fields when you just had 37 points dropped in Pittsburgh. Going over to the flex, nobody here is possible to play over these options. So I think you go Dak. I think we leave this as is, and we wait until we get Nico Collins back in. But Kareem Hunt looks like a very comfortable start every single week going into the future, where I didn't know if he was going to be before this. But let's move this over and answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat. Please spam the chat. Let me know if you have any questions. And also, we are about 30 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us get to 1,000. Looks like less than 5% of y'all have done that so far. So please fix your life and hit that like button if you haven't already. Now, moving this over. Quinn says, I have Hunt. Do I trade him for Swift straight up? Tough, because if you're looking at Kareem Hunt may be right in the same tier or possibly even ahead of DeAndre Swift in my weekly rankings going into the future. But if I'm looking at my rest of season ranks, I think I would still probably rather have DeAndre Swift. I know that sounds stupid, but the reason being is I don't think that there's a 100% certainty that you have Pacheco out for the rest of the season. Obviously, if Pacheco comes back in, then at that point, Kareem Hunt's probably not even worth a roster spot. So I probably wouldn't sell. I probably wouldn't sell Swift for Hunt. I'd probably rather have Swift. Now, Shmuley says, do I trade Stevenson and Cup for Gibbs and Reed? So full transparency, I have Ramondre Stevenson in the Flock League, and I view him going into the future as an unstartable asset with almost no value. Stevenson is in an offense that, yes, maybe has more hope, but he's in a 3-man running back by committee now with JaMychal Hasty and Antonio Gibson. It is absolutely brutal. Like, I absolutely hate Ramondre in fantasy. I'm sure he's a cool guy, but still. Going from Cup to Gibbs, I think it's a lateral move dependent on what you need. And I personally would rather have Jaden Reed over Ramondre Stevenson. So I would go Gibbs and Reed over Cup and Stevenson. But James says Lamar or Baker tonight. I'm going to prefer Lamar Jackson over Baker Mayfield relatively easily. I know Baker's been great, but I mean, we have the larger sample with Lamar, as well as especially as a rusher as well. I don't even think it's close. And we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this stream. So if you want to be that 1,000th like, go down there, hit that button. But the Buddhist says, do you think Chubb will put up good numbers by the time the fantasy playoffs come around? He put up 10 on 11 carries. Don't think like, oh, Nick Chubb scored a touchdown this week, so he had 10 points on 11 carries. He's great going into the future. Obviously, you score a touchdown, it's going to skew your fantasy points per touch. It's not something we can bank on every single week going into the future. If you were looking at what we have specifically with oh my gosh, what we have with Chubb is this is still a garbage offense. No, Deshaun Watson may make it better, but if Jameis was going to come in and if Jameis was going to turn this into an above average offense, I'm sure Jameis would have been starting already. I think the Browns are still a bad team. Not only are the Browns still a bad team, but at the same time, Nick Chubb's not going to have any receiving usage. Nick Chubb's still coming off a significant injury where you're expecting the efficiency drop. So I have more hope for Nick Chubb in a non-PPR format. But the issue is in a PPR league, Nick Chubb is kind of touchdown or bust. He's never had receiving usage. And it's hard to be a touchdown or bust player in a bad offense. So I have Nick Chubb ranked as a low-end RB2, high-end RB3 rest of season. Arturo says, should we trade Neighbors? So obviously we had Malik Neighbors as a sell-high candidate about a month ago before the concussion. This is back when Malik Neighbors was the wide receiver 1 in fantasy. And the reason I had Malik Neighbors as a sell-high candidate is not because I don't think Malik Neighbors is a great player. I think Malik Neighbors is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL today as a rookie. But the reason we had him as that sell-high candidate, and we were saying to go move off to Jamar Chase, to go move off to Justin Jefferson, to go move off to Amon-Ra St. Brown, is if you were looking at Malik Neighbors, he was trapped in an offense with a bad quarterback, whereas the other elite receivers were in offenses with good quarterbacks. So if I'm looking at this going into the future, I still stand by if you could sell Neighbors for Jefferson, for Chase, for St. Brown, as people were doing every single day back at that time, I would. But now the issue is with the Giants coming off a game where they just got absolutely decimated, where Neighbors looked really bad, and now people are looking to sell Neighbors, you're no longer going to get the Jamar Chase price tag. You can no longer sell Neighbors for Chase. You can no longer sell Neighbors for St. Brown. If you can, go do it. But you missed the boat to sell Neighbors if you haven't already. I think you hold on to Neighbors at this point. Book 503 says Rachaad White or Sean Tucker. So my view of these Tampa backs at the moment is I don't think any of them are startable this week. What we have been told from this coaching staff is it's going to be a 3-man running back by committee to start the game. They're going to ride the hot hands, and I think it's very difficult to project exactly what the usage is going to look like. Now, with that being said, If you are looking at Rachaad White, we've had the receiving usage in any game that he has been healthy. He has the most invested into him by this team, which doesn't mean much at this point. It's not like, oh, Rachaad White's going to cook here. But if I had to start a player in this backfield, it would be Rachaad White over Sean Tucker. I'd probably prefer Bucky over both, though. Amelia says, White going to pop off. I can feel it. Let me see what the underdog pick'ems are on Rachaad White right now. I have no idea what they look like. So the underdog pick'ems that are updated right now for this game, obviously you can go through and you can take any of the higher lowers on this. And also you should have a 31% profit boost token. So if you are going to take any underdog picks tonight, for the love of God, use your token. It's free and it's going to add the much better odds on your pick. So looking at the picks, Dobbins is higher, lower, 100.5 total yards. Derrick Henry's higher, lower, 94.5 total yards. Zay Flowers, 65.5. I actually kind of like the lower on Flowers. Evans is 59.5. Godwin, 76.5. Connor, 74.5. Herbert, 199.5. Rachaad White's 40.5 total yards. Bucky Irving is 39.5 total yards. I don't see a Sean Tucker pick. I'm sure they have one. Sean Tucker's higher, lower, 26.5 yards in comparison to Rachaad White at 40.5. In comparison to Bucky at 39.5. So, like I said, if you have to go with one, I probably am going to go ahead. I'm going to take White over Tucker, but I wouldn't be super excited about any of them. But let's see. Liverpool fan says, when is CMC returning? The report today says that CMC will not be at practice this week. But what you potentially have with McCaffrey is him returning when you get to week, I think 10 was the report. But the thing with the Niners falling apart the way that they are, if the Niners lose the next few weeks, they may be a little more incentivized to play it safe with McCaffrey. Obviously, don't know right now, but it will be something to monitor. But I think we had 2 more questions come in on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to get any guaranteed answers to any of your questions on flockfantasy.com, you can always go hit that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can head over to flockfantasy.com and hit the button that you have in the top right corner. The button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There will take you and you can get to a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a team review. If you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Kyler Murray pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I know who we should accredit with that free team review. But let me pivot this back over and let's get this going again. So we already answered this for Dawson. We go Dak here. Okay, our next question coming out from Obi-Wan Cannoli. We have Marv, Evans, Waddle, and Jefferson, and my only quarterback is Kyler. So for me, this is tough with the Daniels injury. Expectations are that you are going to have no Jaden Daniels over the next few weeks. Now, with that being said, Jaden Daniels is still a quarterback that's a top 4 option for me rest of season. Even if he is week to week, when he does come back in, we're going to be just fine. We have Kyler Murray as well, so we have the fine fill-in option in the short term. What I would probably rather do is if you were going to sell Evans for a quarterback, is I'd probably prefer trying to package together Evans and Kyler. And if you can package Evans and Kyler to go get to Lamar, to go get to Hurts, where you're not having to deal with the Daniels injury, I think that would be a little more interesting. So I think right now, if you were trading for Jaden Daniels, well, it's a fine deal. If you have Kyler, I would rather package him and Evans for the elite QB that's not currently injured rather than selling Evans for Daniels now. Now, going over to what we have with our Ogwats question. Here it looks like for the starting lineup this next week, we are going to be starting Russell Wilson. Where if you are looking at Russ, at least he's playing. He looked good this past week, and we should have no Daniels. If Daniels plays, you play Daniels. Running back, we're going to be going with Kenneth Walker, Alvin Kamara, absolute no-brainer. And then down here for the tight end position, we are still going to go Travis Kelce. Obviously, it does appear that Kelce is trending towards being a much closer name with Travis Etienne. With David Njoku, with how these tight ends played this past week. But still, you do have the larger sample with Kelce. And I think I have more faith with Mahomes rest of season than I do with Winston. Now we have Eward Man coming out with a team review. Long-time member of the flock. Excited to check this out. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start set question voucher, just in case you have any additional questions you want to send my way at any point. But you should have both of those, so you can use them whenever you want. But anyway, just traded Harrison for Deebo and I'm panicking about it. Any other thoughts? I would have for sure preferred Deebo before we learned that Deebo is hospitalized and he has pneumonia. Now, obviously, I'm not a doctor. I don't exactly know what this means for the timetable of Deebo Samuel. We looked up what the timetable for pneumonia is in general, and what I read on Google AI was not necessarily encouraging. But then you hear Underdog coming out and saying, oh, Deebo Samuel's day to day. So to be frank with you, I just have no idea what to expect with Deebo. Looking at this, the Three-Headed Eagle is the team name. We are the number one team with the league analyzer. We were 3-3 coming into the week. Obviously, don't know what we are after week 7, but still a team that it's not like we're burning everything down and only playing for the long term, but also at the same time, it's not like we can say that long-term upside doesn't matter. You need a balanced start here on a team that's either 4-3 or 3-3, regardless. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Jalen Hurts. So we have a QB we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Obviously, with Hurts, this QB already through his bye week as well, so we just simply don't need another. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Barkley CMC. So we have the RB1 in fantasy. We have a running back that gives us long-term upside, but potentially nothing in the short term here. And then we have depth pieces like Charbonnet. Tracy looks like he's possibly taking over as the starting back in New York. We have handcuff appeal players like Braylon Allen and Jalen Warren. So I really do like the running back room in the long term. Obviously, in the short term, could be a little bit concerning. Going over to what we have at receiver here. We are currently rolling out A.J. Brown with we have the full-blown Eagles onslaught. So you do like to see it. Already through his bye week, top 5 wide receiver easily. We traded Harrison for Deebo Samuel. Obviously, looks great in any game that Deebo does play. The concern is him sitting here with pneumonia. I don't know what that looks like. DJ Moore here, wide receiver 3, solid option. I definitely want to change some of these wide receivers here at the bottom end that I just don't see a ton of upside with. Like, I think you drop Bub Means right away, and we go ahead and we pick up Rome Odunze for a top 10 NFL draft pick that should get better as the season goes on. And at the same time, we should get the improvement from Caleb Williams as the year goes on as well. I think you could consider dropping to Mario Douglas. I know Douglas is the wide receiver one here for May, and May looks great. But the fundamental issue that you may have with this situation is that you are seeing them just go through and run a rotation of receivers out there where you do have, I want to say 5 receivers rotating, and that is going to eat into the target share that we have from pretty much every option at this point. So for me, I think I would go through, I think I would drop Douglas and pick up Ricky Pearsall, where the Niners offense historically has been a very concentrated one. Not only has it been a concentrated offense, but at the same time, you're in a situation in which with Sticky Ricky, he could be a must-start name in a very good offense if we have no Aiyuk and no Deebo. It's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So I actually do want to be holding on to the wide receiver depth that we have. Going over to tight end, clearly Kincaid does not look as good as we were hoping that he would. Especially with Amari coming in, I don't think you have much hope with Kincaid to be that top 5 tight end rest of season here. So probably an easy spot. Just hold on to Kincaid with lowered expectations. I'm trying to think if there's anything realistically to do. It doesn't seem to be a team that we have a record where we need to burn it down. We're the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I definitely think we prioritize picking up Rome Odunze as the number 1 thing we want to do here. Number 2 thing is we just pick up Ricky Pearsall. After that, I don't necessarily think that there's too many other interesting moves to make. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, thank you for being a member of the flock. Thank you for supporting the channel. I wish I had more for you. I did hook you up with that free start sit voucher, and I hooked you up with that free trade question as well. So if you have anything additional, please send it my way. But this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I think that it's a spot where we can just be a little bit patient here and wait for McCaffrey to come back and make those waiver wire pivots for wide receivers with a higher ceiling. But again, thank you. Really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. But let's refresh this and see if we have any additional questions coming in on the site. JS1992 says, PPR 3 wide receiver. I'm 5-1 pinning tonight. What are your thoughts? He also has Henry Hall looking to improve till Nico is back. This is a no-brainer. You go Kyron Williams. Absolute no-brainer. While yes, obviously it does appear to be a better spot for Hunter Henry with Drake May under center, and we are going to move Henry up our tight end ranks. Wan'Dale Robinson, probably not startable with Malik Neighbors back in, and with this being a bad offense in general. So yeah, pivoting over to Kyron Williams is just an absolute no-brainer as a running back that appears to be a top 3 option that you can reasonably start every single week. But the game starts in about 10 minutes, so I'm actually going to be looking to get in an underdog pick here real quick for y'all. What I'm going to be looking at is I'm going to be trying to go with the fewer than 1.5 passing touchdowns for Lamar, fewer than 65.5 receiving yards for Zay Flowers. And I want Kyler Murray to have obviously we're just going to take the free Kyler Murray square here as well. If we go through and put 25 on this, we would win 135. And I want to reiterate, essentially this is 25 to win 135 with Zay Flowers to go fewer than 65.5 receiving yards and Lamar not to go fewer than 1.5 touchdowns, but specifically passing touchdowns. If Lamar has a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown, and Derrick Henry has 2 rushing touchdowns, while it's a great day for the Ravens, still Lamar does not hit this. So I think 25 to win 135 with fewer than Flowers 65 yards, fewer than Lamar 1.5 passing touchdowns is an absolute no-brainer. We are going to go ahead and we are going to take just that. And obviously, if you wanted to tail us with that over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. Find it in the description. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting the free Kyler Murray pick, less than half a total yard for the game tonight as well, and a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review. But thank you again. I really appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And I will be live streaming, of course, after the games tonight, talking about everything that happens. And I really hope I get to see you then.